Good morning and welcome to the Australian Academy of Science and to this wonderful iconic Shine Dome. My name's Anna Maria, I'm the Chief Executive here at the Australian Academy of Science. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the unceded land on which we're meeting this morning, the Ngunnawal people. I acknowledge their elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to acknowledge all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the audience with us today. Australia boasts such a rich scientific history that spans more than 60,000 years, and by acknowledging and learning from our history, we grow stronger together for our future. I'd like to welcome everyone here, and especially those who are joining us online. Welcome, thank you for being with us. May I ask that you pop your phones on silent if you haven't already done so, but I encourage you to share your insights, experiences about the symposium using the hashtag Academy Symposium. If you're looking for the Wi-Fi, it's Academy Guest and it is password free, so you'll be able to access that. It could be Shine Dome Guest, I'm just doubting myself, I think it's Academy Guest. You'll also find the full program of today's events, including the biographies of speakers and panellists by scanning the QR code on the page you received, and it's also on your name badge. This symposium is being recorded and will be made available on the Academy website and on our YouTube channel 1 month from today. I wish to take a moment to sincerely thank our event sponsors, without whom we wouldn't be here today. May I acknowledge and thank our platinum sponsors, the Australian National University, CSIRO and the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, our silver sponsors, the Department of Defence and the University of Adelaide, our bronze sponsors, Monash University, thank you for your support, and our event sponsor, ANSTO. Today's an important opportunity. So often when we gather, we find that we are speaking to ourselves. Today, we're having a sometimes difficult and uncomfortable discussion with each other. And it's really important that we do come together and speak with those who we may not normally engage with so that we can move forward together. It unifies us in our steadfast desire to advance the national interest, whether that is via robust national security measures or by strengthening our international research collaboration. Our purpose there is shared. But have we gone too far or not far enough to protect our national interest? And what does the evidence show us? I'm so proud that the Australian Academy of Science is leading these discussions and bringing you together, decision makers from across government, the public service, our research community and our national security community. To give us more detail about this symposium and its objectives, I'd now like to hand over and also thank the co-conveners of this symposium, Academy Foreign Secretary Professor Frances Separovic and Academy Fellow Professor Steven Chown. Thank you and welcome to the podium.
Thank you, Anna Maria, and good morning, everyone. The topic of this symposium is as timely as it is relevant. Prime Minister Albanese and Foreign Minister Wong have just concluded a series of international meetings where science and technology were at the heart of discussions around the AUKUS agreement. Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister Miles and Industry and Science Minister Husic are working to create a safe global framework for the safe and responsible development of AI and to advance quantum technologies. The Defence Export Controls Act is currently under review in a somewhat different environment than when it was last reviewed. Minister Claire O'Neill is putting the final touches on a national cyber security strategy. Treasurer Chalmers is scaling up technologies that must deliver the energy and economic transition we need to decarbonise and live within our planetary boundaries. All of these are designed to secure Australians and our well-being. Who could argue with that? All are designed to serve our national interest. Who would argue with that? And they rely on healthy international research collaboration. Again, who could argue with that? And yet we are at a crossroads. Science is no longer an optional extra for nations. It is rapidly becoming central to power and sovereignty. We stand at the intersection of innovation and securitisation. Today we discuss our mutual perspectives and find ways ways to strike a balance. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Anna Maria. Frances. Today we'll hear the perspectives of those who develop national security measures, why they do so and in what context. We'll hear from those who implement them and those who collect data to examine if they're working and how they compare with other nations. We'll also hear from those seeking the benefits of international scientific collaborations within this environment constructed by the national security measures. I doubt we'll agree on everything. In fact, I'm pretty sure we won't. What we would like to achieve, however, is to listen to each other respectfully. We have to discuss the complexities to understand the nuance. We also, as Anna Maria pointed out, have to get away from the dialogue of the deaf that so characterizes much of modern discourse. Importantly, we're here today to think through ways in which we can better serve the national interest through scientific collaboration in the context of security concerns. How do we strike a balance? On which principles, based on what evidence, demands careful analysis and constructive discourse. For the past 50 years, we have privileged the few above the many. As we go about today's discussions and work, let's be mindful of our societal context, of our responsibilities to address challenges for all, and not to further disenfranchise large parts of our population in an attempt to de-risk our environment. Our aim is, by the end of today, to produce a rapid proceedings paper, which will be followed by a more detailed piece for policymakers in the following weeks. So whether you are online or here with us today in the audience, please share your perspectives and knowledge respectfully. Such opportunities are rare, and rarer still such collections of expertise. Before we go about our discussions today, it gives me pleasure to introduce Ms. Prerana Mehta, Director of Strategic Partnerships at the CSIRO, to the podium. The CSIRO, together with the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, is a platinum sponsor of this national symposium. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Stephen, for the opportunity to be here today. I'd like to start by firstly acknowledging the traditional custodians of this land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri peoples who called this home for over 20,000 years. I pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and recognise Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people as Australia's first scientists. I'd like to also extend my acknowledgement and thanks to the Australian Academy of Science, in particular Anna Maria and Professor Chennupati Jagadish and Professors Separovic and Chown for convening today's symposium, and quoted from last night for bringing together some of Australia's smartest people in this room for a very timely and important conversation. Your discussion paper, International Scientific Collaborations in a Contested World, teased out some interesting key themes, and I look forward to hearing the insights from today's lineup of speakers and attendees. As Australia's national science agency, CSIRO is one of the world's largest mission-driven, multidisciplinary science and research organisations. And for more than a century, throughout periods of peace and conflict, we have been improving the lives of Australians and people around the world with our science. We work with industry, government, and the research community to turn science into solutions to address Australia's greatest challenges, including in food security, quality, sustainable energy and resources, health, well-being, resilient and valuable environments, and future industries, all contributing towards a secure Australia and a region. Since CSIRO was founded in 1916, we've delivered science and innovation throughout periods of global geopolitical instability and periods of relative political stability. One thing that remains largely unchanged against this backdrop is our purpose: to solve Australia's greatest science challenges through innovative research and technology. Collaboration is critical to scaling and accelerating progress. As the paper so eloquently pointed out, the well-being of nations and the citizens depends on solutions that only global scientific collaboration can secure. And despite Australia being a world leader in many disciplines of science, our size and our stature means that there are some challenges that are just so big and so complex that we simply can't afford to do it alone. We need to partner. We have no choice. But the flip side of this, of course, is that there are absolutely some areas of science and technology research that is critical for Australia to build, retain, and protect, and really invest in that sovereign capability and maintain areas of national strategic advantage. And these include, but are not limited to, and as Ambassador Rudd said last night, the domains of cyber, quantum, AI, and semiconductors. But that's not all, there's more areas, and those areas are becoming greyer for us to identify. At CSIRO, we are committed to understanding, achieving, and maintaining the right balance between collaboration and protecting our sovereign capability and IP, so that we can make pragmatic and clear-eyed decisions on how, with whom, and what science to collaborate on. Our missions program is a great example of how we work to find the right model. Missions tackle global challenges and lend themselves to deep and broad collaboration with international partners. Missions like our hydrogen industry mission, with its focus on supporting global decarbonisation through a commercially viable Australian hydrogen industry. We're working closely with industry and partners from Swinburne University of Technology, Australian Hydrogen Council, plus state and federal governments to help create companies like Endure and Hadean Energy. However, right now we are in perhaps one of the most volatile periods of global and regional instability. Tensions are high, and Australia is required to carefully select our partners in a highly contested world. Working on international collaborations now requires its own PhD, a detailed understanding of fast-evolving international policies, changing defence and national security regulatory environments, effectively honouring things like trade sanctions and export controls, building a sophisticated knowledge of foreign interference and espionage risk management, and having your finger on the pulse on emerging dual-use technology sensitivities. So how do we do all of that? How does Australian science remain competitive and at the forefront when we're facing such complex barriers to where and how we do research? These are some of the questions that we're grappling with ourselves at CSIRO, and this is exactly why we're looking forward to the discussions today. How do we balance choosing the right partners while managing the risks and ensuring that we retain sovereign capability? How do we strengthen our value chains while protecting our own IP? How do we avoid becoming codependent on a few countries to progress research? And how can we deliver research programs across borders that benefit our communities and build regional resilience, but forced to operate within increasingly restricted fences? So, some heavy questions, and I've got to say CSIRO is incredibly proud to support today's symposium as Platinum Events partner. We're really looking forward to understanding how to better navigate the tensions between continuing to realise these benefits and the imperatives of addressing national security concerns. I'm looking forward to being part of this conversation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Prerana, for that overview. And again, for our small size in terms of population, Australia has been and remains an advanced industrial nation and a middle power in science. But such a role is forged, not assumed. What benefits does Australia reap from international collaborations, and what role does it play in the region? To elaborate on this topic, it is now my privilege to invite the President of the Australian Academy of Science and a scientist who knows firsthand what international scientific collaborations in a contested world look like, Professor Chennupati Jagadish, to deliver his keynote address. Thank you, Jagadish.
Thank you, Frances. Good morning. A warm welcome to all our guests this morning. I too would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet, Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. And I also would like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people, those are participating in today's event. Not long after the Academy was established, nearly 70 years ago, our second president, Sir Thomas Cherry, stood here and welcomed 150 participants for an international symposium on water resources, use, and management. In the audience were scientists from around the globe, including the United States, Russia, and Belgium. Sir Thomas called it the most important symposium the Academy had ever organized. Prime Minister Sir Robert Menzies, opening the symposium, described the topic as a problem of the first magnitude. His comments came just 2 years before drought spread from New South Wales across much of Australia, ruining the rural economy and restricting exports. As the driest inhabited continent on Earth, successfully managing our rivers, aquifers, and catchments remains a challenge. And a safe water supply for a world population that has now surpassed 8 billion people is even more critical. But today, I'm going to be bold. I claim that the 2023 National Symposium may well trump that of the 1963 and be our Academy's most important symposium yet because of what is at stake. At stake, of course, is the future of the planet. It is in danger. Science tells us that every day. We are fed a never-ending stream of evidence about collapsing global ecosystems, about biodiversity loss, the damage to natural resources and their decline, and the rise and mobility of diseases due to the changing climate. But what is also at stake is the very architecture and nature of the global research system required to respond to these challenges. Today, I argue that the global science system is at its most valuable and also its most vulnerable. There are local challenges which each country's scientists will need to work to seek to solve. But the global challenges are different, bigger, harder, and more complex and political. They require global solutions, and that will require researchers and peoples to work together. We face challenges from technologies born of science that were recently the stuff of the dystopian Hollywood imagination, artificial intelligence, advanced robotics, and quantum. While they too demand collaborative science to deliver answers to government and society, they have fast become matters more characterized by strategic national competition than collaboration. But collaboration is a matter of strategic national interest for everybody. We in Australia can't do without international collaboration either. Our size and location make that obvious. We have to be willing and able to contribute to the knowledge bank that will help solve the challenges, and we need our scientists to be there when the big decisions are made that affect us and that affect the living systems in all other countries. We share one planet, we have nowhere else to go. So we'll be saved by ourselves, not some as yet undiscovered but friendly neighbor who happens to pass by and feel the urge to help us do what we are not willing to do, work together. So how do we in Australia navigate the next few months and years? How do we facilitate strategic collaborations? The answers may well be amongst the most significant decisions we make as a nation. They will dictate our contribution to meeting global challenges. They will determine whether we develop the sovereign capabilities needed to secure our nation and globe. They will determine whether the science is adequately equipped to serve the national interests, whether it is open enough to develop the technologies we need and to access the 96% of the knowledge we don't generate, and protected enough to ensure our knowledge and capabilities do not fall into foul hands. It's a conundrum of global proportions, and my own scientific field in endeavor illustrates why. My work in nanotechnology and semiconductors are an area of strategic competition between nations, is fueled by my research group, which is entirely made up of international students. My work is also made possible because of some 30+ collaborations I maintain across the world, spanning countries like UK, US, India, China, Germany, France, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Italy, the Netherlands, Japan, South Korea, Russia, Lithuania, Poland, Brazil, South Africa, and list goes on. My work is fundamental discovery research designed to better understand our world at a nanoscale. To put this into perspective, just to give you an idea of how tiny things which we work on, we can put 20 lasers in the width of your hair. That really gives you the scale at which we are working in. Why would I want to do that? Because at the nanoscale, I can create technology to better diagnose disease and understand and treat Alzheimer's disease in the longer term. I can create technology that more efficiently runs solar cells and generates hydrogen as a sustainable fuel source needed to decarbonize our industries and economy. The trouble is, my research is also listed on the Defense Strategic Goods list, Category 6, specifically 6A004, 6A005, 6A007, the numbers goes on. And this means, placed in wrong hands, my research could be used for less than desirable purposes. On 7th November, a new piece of legislation was released designed to strengthen Australia's defense export control framework so it keeps pace with the emerging challenges in Australia's security environment. I, the academy, and the research sector have an opportunity to express our views on the exposure draft of the Defense Trade Control Amendment Bill 2023 by this Friday, the 17th of November. The bill proposes to strengthen our defense export control framework by, amongst other things, creating 3 criminal offenses in the Defense Trade Controls Act 2012. It says, I can collaborate freely with the US and UK, which certainly has its benefits, which I in fact continue to do this, but I would require an approved permit prior to collaborating with other foreign nationals. Without it, my collaborations would see me jailed. So it expands Australia's backyard to include the US and the UK, but it raises the fence. For my research group, which consists entirely of PhD students, postdoctoral fellows, technicians, and senior researchers from countries other than the US and UK, we will need permits for all what we do. And among members of my group, we'll need to operate in a closed environment to not unintentionally share knowledge that may have a dual use. Discussions at international conferences where unpublished knowledge is shared freely to solve research problems and enable collaboration seems unlikely if this bill becomes law. Some of this may still be technically legal under this new legislation, but how will I know which session of these conferences I will be able to present it, ask questions, or engage in discussions with or without a permit? My ability to attract the best and brightest in the world, wherever they are, will diminish. It's timely to ask what Australia is really seeking to secure if we are restricting the development of the technologies that are critical for future of our country. In my experience, and the experience of the researchers worldwide, the best research is global. But to comply with the new laws, I have to lock down my communications and restrict my collaborations. It feels like I'm being asked to create something akin to US's federally funded research development centers, FFRDCs, or university-affiliated research centers, UARCs, minus the funding. These centers are nonprofits that are established and funded to meet long-term engineering, research, development, and analytic needs like the Lincoln Lab at MIT. They are a mechanism used in the US to control the risk, but not limit collaboration for critical innovation. For example, rest of the MIT researchers can collaborate with anybody, but those who are working in MIT Lincoln Labs, of course, restricted. They need to have the permits to be able to do anything with foreign nationals, for example. If such structural change in the research architecture and system is required to address national security concerns, the Australian government will need to consider the resource implications of implementing such changes. Resources to establish secure research facilities, resources to educate and train workforce on the changing defense and strategic goods list, resources to foster a more security-aware culture across the research sector, and resources to facilitate compliance. They will also need to accept the limitations of compliance. Students live in shared houses and university colleges. They go to cafes and to the student union. They don't only talk about the weather or the latest episode of their favorite show on Netflix or TikTok, but it's natural to share what they do, perhaps vent a frustration, seek reassurance about a doubt, or celebrate a success. We all do it because we are human, and it ought not to be jailable offense. So there's a lot at stake as we revise the architecture of our research system to respond to security threats. I'm the first to agree that we need to do something to change to the changing geopolitical environment we need to operate in. But we ought to not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I will leave it to others to share with you the defense and security reasons why we need a tall fence around a small paddock. But as the president of the Australian Academy of Science, it is incumbent on me to make the case for international research collaboration as a matter of strategic national interest. 45% of the Academy's fellows elected in the past 5 years were born overseas. The scientific work of these stellar individuals has helped shape our nation. In fact, Australia is a product of the freedom of movement of scientists and our ability to collaborate and welcome talent like them to our shores. This is not new. World War II saw researchers become part of the United States war effort, leading to evolutions in radar, computing, and the development of nuclear weapons through the Manhattan Project. Key amongst those researchers was the founding president of this academy, Sir Mark Oliphant. Throughout and beyond the Cold War, scientists continued to work with governments to find systematic approaches to research and technology development. What followed was an era of openness, globalization, and unimpeded flow of scientific communication and exchange. It was research and collaboration in the name of constructing our nation post-war. Today, we have a National Reconstruction Fund with a stated ambition to diversify and transform Australia's industry and economy. We may not be post-war, but we are post-pandemic, which has shown us how critical it is to both collaborate and develop sovereign capability. And much reconstruction is needed because we are still 93rd in the world in terms of economic complexity. We are behind countries like Uganda in terms of our economic complexity, indicating that we have vulnerable economy that is underpinned by few exports and industries, key amongst them unprocessed natural resources. So more than ever, we need to diversify our industrial base and build onshore capabilities. With these imperatives in mind, it is not a time to impede collaboration. Why? There is perhaps no better recent example of the benefit of international science collaboration than the development of COVID-19 vaccines. While the science behind mRNA was decades in the making, getting a vaccine to market in less than 12 months was a stunning achievement. Could I have the slide 1, please? Take a look at this infographic. On the left are the 5 countries that led in COVID-19 research efforts. On the right are the countries they collaborated with the most. Australia is there on the right, having the most research publications with the United Kingdom and China. Could I have a slide 2, please? Consider global efforts to develop large-scale infrastructure beyond capacity of any one country, like the square kilometer array. The SKA Observatory is one global observatory over 2 sites, South Africa and Australia, and associated data processing facilities. It is achieved through a collaboration of member states and institutions, including Australia, China, Italy, the Netherlands, Portugal, South Africa, Spain, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom. They collectively provide resources, knowledge, and industrial, technical, scientific, and policy experience to realize the SKA. Chinese industry and scientists have contributed to engineering design and development work. Their know-how and technology are built into this global infrastructure. We've been able to provide safeguards without erecting high fences. Australian businesses are benefiting from the economic opportunities of being a host nation. And history has shown us that when we better understand the universe and its origins, it leads to unforeseen technological developments like Wi-Fi. Understanding our universe deepens our understanding of the fragility of the Earth's ecosystems and help us to respond to variations to it. It enables our communications, the list goes on. Could we achieve any of our innovations and competitive edge without collaboration? Answer is no. Let's be clear. The last major Australian innovation that did not involve international input was the stump jump plow. That was in 1876. When we collaborate, we are stronger. Consider the Antarctic Treaty, itself a demilitarization agreement settled in 1959, the year this building was completed. Despite individual national interests and international challenges, collaboration has kept the Antarctic free from military conflict and nuclear proliferation. Could I have slide 3, please? Where once science was dominated by the USA and Europe, as you can see in this figure, the top one, of scientific international collaboration networks, it has now evolved into 3 main centers of activity. The bottom figure shows that USA and Europe and China. There are other players too, particularly in East and South Asia and South America. Science has become increasingly networked and team-oriented. Let's look at Australian research trends over time. This data is drawn from that captured in the Academy's discussion paper published on our website ahead of this symposium. Could I have slide 4, please? Australia is a relatively small market of 0.3% of world's population with low investment in R&D by international standards at 1.68% of the GDP. This has been falling over several years, is now well below the OECD average of 2.78%, as you can see here. So slide 5, please. Australia and Oceania together account for only 1.1% of the world's investment in R&D, research and innovation, and a level that is dwarfed by the world's science superpowers, the USA 29%, China 37%, and Europe 22%. We are a middle power science nation. Despite this, we are prolific collaborators with significant influence in global science for our size. Could I have slide 6, please? Looking at our share of global science, we contribute 3.5% of the world's research and 7% of the world's most highly cited research. Australia is ranked 9th globally in the volume of scholarly outputs and 6th globally in citations. Australia is above average in the OECD in international scientific collaborations. Australian scientists' proportion of the top 10% of the cited publications involving international collaboration has risen more sharply than the OECD average. It's indisputable international collaboration is the norm for researchers in Australia. 90% of the 50 cited papers, highly cited papers from Australian authors in Web of Science during the last decade were co-authored with overseas collaborators. So 80% of the Australian Research Council discovery projects in STEM fields awarded in 2022 involved international collaborations. Could I have slide 7, please? Australia's pattern of international collaborations are also wide and diverse. We collaborate with almost every country in the world, with collaborations with the USA and UK being particularly strong. Collaborations with China have grown in recent decades. The teal color line in the plot there, it is now amongst our most important international partners. You can see on the chart how our scholarly outputs with China have increased steeply over the last decade. Who does the research in Australia? Slide 8, please. On our higher education sector and research workforce are highly international. You can see from this graph how in the natural and physical sciences, the number and proportion of overseas students has grown over the last 2 decades. In 2021, 39% of natural and physical sciences postgraduate research student enrollments in Australia were overseas students. Overall, international students represent 36% of Australia's postgraduate research students, who make up nearly a quarter of our research workforce, which drives much of the original research conducted in Australia. In 22-23, the top 5 citizenship countries for postgraduate research sector student visas granted were China, 18%, India, 9%, Saudi Arabia, 9%, Sri Lanka, 7%, and Bangladesh, 7%. The professional, scientific, and technical industry is the biggest user of temporary skilled visas. In 2021, universities sponsored 320 university lecturers and tutors. Let's not forget that universities rely on international student fees to remain financially viable. Could I have slide 9, please? To summarize, our national interest is served by accessing 96% of the total knowledge pool which is generated abroad to innovate and advance our own priorities. Consider FARER and Federation wheat, where European genetic insights enabled plant breeding to evolve in Australia, industries that are now the backbone of jobs and communities in our wheat belts and provide cheaper food to Australians. A research workforce bolstered by overseas talent, wherever that brain power resides, with global demand for STEM skills skyrocketing, we really can't afford to be picky. Access to global infrastructure that Australia cannot afford to purchase, so that means we need to collaborate and access that infrastructure. decision-making informed by the best available scientific evidence, and participation in global big science resulting in technologies such as genome sequencing, vaccine development, and touchscreens. Cooperation brought about by effective science diplomacy, the role of which has become ever more central to international politics and state power. Building networks and scientific capability in our region, and because it's the right thing to do, because we must share the benefits among those least able to access them. And because it pays back in political stability, born from a deeper, more nuanced understanding of other nations, their values, and their aspirations. Colleagues, the bottom line is that supporting international scientific collaboration is in Australia's national interest. Perhaps just as much as strengthening our security is in our national interest. International research collaboration does provide challenges to national security, but it also contributes to maintaining it. Today, the global science system is more vulnerable than it has ever been due to decisions taken by states as they respond to security challenges. The Cold War and the war in Ukraine have shown that geopolitical events shape science as much as science shapes our lives. So we must tread carefully with eyes wide open when presented with proposals that restrict our international scientific engagements. We must consider all alternatives, like whether there is a scope to consider new ways for middle science powers to maintain multilateral science collaboration in safe ways. Our mitigation strategies, such as deepening our association with Europe via Horizon Europe, for example. We must carefully weigh up benefits and the costs of de-risking our research environment. We must consider the impact of our work on society so that we do not grow the number of disaffected people, those most likely to turn away from science-based solutions, and those most likely to challenge our democracy. And we must always take an evidence-informed approach. There is too much at stake to do otherwise. Thank you, and have a fruitful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jagadish. I'm sure we've stimulated some questions with that. If you're on the floor, raise your hand and a microphone will come to you. If you're upstairs, there's a microphone in the middle. And online, please put your questions in the chat and they'll be asked for you. There's one just up the back there.
Thank you very much. I'm Mike Flatley from the Royal Society of Victoria. A big part of our mission is to share science with the general public and to raise scientific literacy in the general community. It's already very challenging to get scientific language into a general language so other people can understand it. What is this going to do for the ability of scientists to communicate science just to everybody else? Is it going to become more of a black box if we're screwed down?
Yeah, that's a challenge for us. That's a very good question. And we have to be able to effectively communicate with public, to able to license to operate, and also the key role science plays in improved quality of life for society and our people. So that means by restricting those avenues to communicate because of the new legislations, for example, that will in fact create more problems for us, and also it may create more distrust among the people as well. So that's why it is very important we need to have that ability to be able to do the open communications. That's what Academy believes in.
I'll just check if there's any more questions, because I have a couple. Okay. I'd just like to ask, is there an inverse correlation between international collaboration and the drop in R&D as a percentage of our GDP?
That's a very good question, Frances. And so that means if we got a less money being invested in our own country, in our own national interests, that means there's a more need for going for international collaborations. For example, in my own research, And if I really want to do all the research which I do, I need to probably have 3 or 4 times the funding which I receive from the government. So how do I mitigate that risk is by collaborating with my international colleagues, because my UK colleagues are supported by the EPSRC, my US colleagues are supported by NSF, National Science Foundation, and my Chinese colleagues are supported by the NSFC, and Irish colleagues are supported by the Irish Science Council, the list goes on. So that's why the science collaborations are absolutely critical. That means also you're de-risking the efforts as well, because of the fact that we are sharing the resources and also really collectively be able to make the progress in science, which in future lead to the technologies. So that's why scientific collaborations are absolutely critical. And having said that, we should also start increasing our investments in R&D as well. We have really, for the last 14 years, our investments have gone down. And if you're going at this rate, in the next 5 years or so, we're going to the bottom of the OECD countries. If we want to be the middle power, who is strong in science and strong in technology, we need to really change that slope of the negative slope of reduction in investments to positive slope in the next decade or so to be able to reach at least the OECD average of 2.78% or so.
I think we have a question online.
Yes, I have a question here from Ron Eckers from CSIRO in Sydney. Ron asks, UK and US have the same science culture as Australia. Will we get more diversity with other collaborations?
Absolutely. And as you know, thanks, Ron, a very good question. When you're dealing with complex problems, people coming from the different perspectives, different experiences, different ways of training may come with the solutions will be much more advantageous to solve that problem rather than really focusing only one perspective. So the international collaborations really strengthens that, because the problems which we're dealing with are very, very complex. There's no single nation or a single person has got solutions for things like climate change, pandemics, and various things. So that means we need to really collaborate and learn from each other, and thereby collectively we can make progress and address those complex challenges as a global society we are facing.
I'm sorry, but that's all the time we have questions. So Robin, maybe us later or at morning tea. I apologise. So thank you for your questions, and thank you, Jagadish, for your address. Now to our next keynote address. To maintain a robust science system in Australia requires strategic science diplomacy. International relations increasingly revolve around policies that have science and technology at their core. And this in turn has redefined science diplomacy and its place in foreign policy. To share insights into this topic, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Tim Watts. Minister Watts, we're grateful for your time and contribution, particularly as we know you and Foreign Minister Wong are dealing with the very confronting and challenging situation in Gaza. So thank you.
Thank you, and good morning. Let me begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the Canberra region, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and let me extend those respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples with us here today. You know, I had the benefit of being able to listen to Jagadish's speech before beginning today, and it made me reflect on the parallels between the way we approach Australian foreign policy under the Albanese government and Australia's great strengths in international collaboration in scientific endeavours. We like to say under the Albanese Labor government that our foreign policy begins with who we are. It begins with our national identity. And that's a country that benefits from tens of thousands of years of continuous Indigenous culture, the oldest continuous culture on earth. The governance institutions and stability of the Westminster institutions that followed. And then finally, our multicultural migration, our diversity. You know, Australia is a country where half of us are either born overseas or have a parent born overseas, and that connects us with the world in a unique way. We like to say that anyone, anywhere in the world can look to Australia and see themselves reflected, and we can look within ourselves and find a point of understanding, a point of connection with anywhere in the world. It's no surprise that national identity is an outstanding platform for international collaboration. We see this reflected in our academies as well as in our diplomatic corps. And we've seen enormous international successes in that respect in recent times. Drawing on COVID-19 as well. In 2020, as the pandemic grew, while most of us were restricted to our homes, keeping our distance to keep each other safe, perhaps trying to nurture a sourdough starter in hopes of baking bread, scientists were working around the clock to develop a vaccine. And that process involved cooperation from scientists around the world, including, of course, from here in Australia. The Peter Doherty Institute in Melbourne was the first place outside China to successfully grow the virus, and through the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, CSIRO were part of the global pipeline for getting vaccines trialled and manufactured quickly and safely. And that included testing vaccine candidates, including, as we know, the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. The Indian Institute of Science's heat-tolerant vaccine, Minvax, as well. The development process for most vaccines takes about 5 years. But as we know, the COVID vaccine took just 18 months. And when faced with this huge global challenge, countries worked together to make a vaccine that was delivered equitably and rapidly. Ultimately, it saved lives. It saved livelihoods. It allowed the world to reopen and for us to get back to normal, to be able to gather here today. That process was a clear example of how, when faced with the really big problems of our times, the big global problems, no one can go it alone, not in any meaningful way. As Foreign Minister Penny Wong has put it, we can only solve our biggest problems together. And there are a lot of these problems. Despite the rapid development of a vaccine, COVID-19 threw 124 million people around the world back into poverty. Our humanitarian needs are growing, and the changing climate is an existential threat to the people of the Pacific Islands countries and is already affecting food security and water security in those countries and around the world. Geopolitical tensions across the globe are rife. We've seen military build-up in our region escalate without commensurate constraints. We've also seen active conflict return to Europe and the Middle East. Australia wants to see an Indo-Pacific region, our region, that is peaceful, prosperous and secure, a region that's predictable, that operates within agreed norms, rules and international law, a region where countries can make their own decisions, can exercise their own agency, a region where no country dominates and no country is dominated. And in all of this, Australia wants to be deeply engaged, to share in the growing economic prosperity of the rapidly growing region in which we live. Now, none of this just happens. It requires us to invest in all of the dimensions of our statecraft, in our diplomacy, in our development, in our defence, in our sovereign economic capabilities. It also requires us to invest in our scientific capabilities. Science is how we succeed as a smart, skilled, productive nation. Science is how we create new opportunities through new jobs, new industries, new technologies. As Prime Minister Albanese has said, science will ensure that Australia can shape the future rather than letting the future shape us. The best ideas, the best work, the best solutions come from an exchange of ideas, by sharing and learning side by side with other countries. Like CSIRO's Aquawatch Australia mission, which they describe as a weather service for water quality. Water security is only going to become more vital as the world keeps warming. CSIRO's program seeks to contribute to better water quality management by monitoring waterways and forecasting harmful events like toxic algal blooms, black water and runoff contamination. Aquawatch has links with partners around the world, with pilots running in countries like the United States, the UK, Italy, Chile, Colombia, Malaysia and Vietnam. And the vision is to support better water quality management across Australia and the world, which will lead to better water quality and water security. That means more people will have more access to safe and clean water, that aquatic ecosystems are healthier, benefiting the communities that they rely on. Aquawatch is a great example of how collaboration can benefit everyone. But taking a step back, there are limits to how we can collaborate. As the symposium's title today aptly notes, we do operate in a contested world. And that's something that I feel every day in my role in foreign affairs. And so there are some areas, and so there are absolutely some areas where sharing is critical, like health security, water security, food security, issues that impact the security of the whole world, of every country. There are also some areas, though, where we can share very little, or perhaps nothing at all, like in national security. There are plenty more cases in between. Like most things in the world, it's not an all or nothing situation. It's not a black or white binary. There's no one answer. Most issues will fall somewhere within that space, and we should always be looking very closely at what we need to protect and how we can collaborate where we can for our shared interest as well as our national interest. As technological advances progress exponentially, shifting geopolitical realities are putting a strain on our current models of global scientific, technological and economic cooperation. Australia is working hard to prevent international scientific and technological policy and expertise from being divided along geopolitical lines. It's clear that we need new regulatory approaches built collaboratively to build trust in this area through transparency, accountability and fairness. At the same time, the design, development and use of critical technologies is a growing area of geostrategic competition. So the government works closely with Australian industry, universities and research communities to strengthen cybersecurity capabilities and to build awareness of risks from foreign interference in Australian research. You'll all be familiar with the University Foreign Interference Task Force and the guidelines they've developed for and in partnership with the university sector. Those guidelines emphasise that the Australian government supports a sensible approach that's proportionate to the risk, because there will always be risks involved in collaboration. But when that is managed properly, we're able to achieve far greater outcomes while also maintaining our security prerogatives. For example, a few weeks ago, Prime Minister Albanese and President Biden announced that we would cooperate on science and critical and emerging technologies so we could build an innovation alliance. That agreement included cooperation in defence and security, clean energy supply chains, and promoting advanced technology and space cooperation. Of course, any sort of collaboration needs to be carefully thought out and carefully managed, which is why the Space Technology Safeguards Agreement we've signed creates the potential for new space-related commercial opportunities, while providing the legal and technical framework to protect sensitive technology and data. The Australia-India Cyber and Critical Technology Partnership is another good example of how we work collaboratively at the international level to make sure that cyber and critical technologies are developed and used responsibly. That partnership includes a grants program which supports Australia-India collaborative research projects to advance our shared understanding of ethical frameworks, best practice and technical standards for our cyber and critical technologies, to boost the responsible development and use of emerging technologies between our countries and within our region. There are so many other cases where we can collaborate with a wider array of partners. Take Southeast Asia. Australia and Southeast Asian states share a challenging region, but also one that's full of opportunity. The recent report by Australia's Special Envoy for Southeast Asia, Nicholas Moore AO, titled Invested, Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040, identifies 10 priority sectors that offer the most potential for growth. Those sectors include agriculture and food, resources, green energy transition, healthcare, and the digital economy. They're fertile areas for scientific collaboration with benefits for Australia, for Southeast Asian nations, and for the region as a whole. In green energy, through the Global Power System Transformation Consortium, CSIRO with the Australian Energy Market Operator are collaborating on power system management with Southeast Asia and working with countries like Indonesia to integrate the more variable renewable energy into their grid. Projects like these highlight the immense economic upside of collaboration for Australia, especially as we work towards our ambition of becoming a renewable energy superpower. Every dollar of research the Australian Research Council funds generates $3.32 in economic output back into the Australian community, while more than 210 companies have been started using technologies developed by CSIRO. As our Minister for Industry and Science, Ed Husic, says, this government is a government that listens to science, that acts on science, that believes in the power of science and believes in the fact that we can have a much greater presence on the world stage. Australia has vast critical minerals and rare earth reserves, which are key to the clean energy transition. And that's why the government's released a critical minerals strategy to set out a vision for the future of that sector. And that strategy seeks to build our sovereign capabilities in critical minerals processing and create resilient supply chains through international partnerships. Similarly to those natural resources, we have vast reserves of talent. And this year's winner of the Prime Minister's Prize for Science, Professor Michelle Simmons, has been a pioneer in quantum computing for decades. Research which, to use Professor Simon's own words, impacts every industry that relies on data, including industries that barely existed when she started working in the field. Minister Husic released this country's first national quantum strategy in May of this year, and our National Reconstruction Fund will target $1 billion towards critical technologies like quantum. We know that science and research can be a long game, but we know that it's worth it. And this government will continue to support our scientists and researchers. We'll continue to invest in every element of our statecraft, and we'll continue to collaborate with our international partners. And I encourage you all to do the same. Because yes, we do operate in a contested world, and we do operate within strategic constraints. But there is still so much more that we can still do within those constraints and in this world. And science and scientific collaboration does contribute and will continue to contribute to a better world, not just for Australians, but for everyone around the world. Thank you and good luck with today's symposium.
Well, thank you for those insights, Minister. Minister Watts needs to return to parliamentary business, so please join me once again in thanking Minister Watts for his contribution. We now accept that international scientific collaborations are essential to Australia's science system and economy, and the global science system overall. But how do scientists continue to collaborate and innovate amid increased and unprecedented securitisation measures? Australia's security environment is expected to continue to be complex and challenging, and researchers in Australia have been asked to address a proliferating number of risks and challenges associated with research collaboration, especially with China. To assist us in understanding the dynamic threat environment, I now welcome Mr. Nathan Smyth, Deputy Secretary for National Security and Resilience at the Department of Home Affairs, to share his thoughts. Thank you, Nathan.
Many thanks, everyone, and good morning. It's lovely to be here. As a kid growing up in Papua New Guinea, the Shine Dome was the first picture of Canberra that I actually saw, and to actually be in here today, some 50 years later, is quite amazing. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge Professor Chubb as well in the audience. I'm very pleased to be here as the representative of the Department of Home Affairs. Probably call me the black hat after this speech, but I hope that's not necessarily the case. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which we're gathering today, and to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are with us here today or online. It's a pleasure to be here to discuss the dynamic threat environment it's certainly very dynamic out there at the moment. What we would see now is the most challenging geostrategic circumstances that Australia's faced since the Second World War and its aftermath. But perhaps more relevant to you is that we're experiencing increasing driving thirst for inside information and an appetite for covert influence. We acknowledge that our researchers are world-class innovators. Your research and scientific developments help drive Australia's prosperity. You're a significant economic driver, as well as contributing to our collective understanding of the world. You engage in world-leading research in key fields including healthcare, communications, social sciences, AI, and defence. And your technologies that you produce and refine are important to our national interest and highly desirable by other countries. This makes you and your institutions extremely attractive to foreign powers seeking access to valuable intellectual property and know-how. It's important to protect that IP and our scientific advances from people who want to steal it, and there's a lot of them out there that do. Whether that's for financial gain, for military advancement, or just to make sure that we don't have the edge that they don't want us to have. However, guarding what is ours needs to be balanced against the long-held values of the scientific community, where research is underpinned by open and transparent collaboration and cooperation and the movement of researchers and data throughout the globe. In the current environment, it's more complex and it gets more difficult each year. And your research is fostered through strong international collaboration, we acknowledge that. And cooperation, it's underpinned by university autonomy and academic freedom, and there's no reason that this cannot continue to be the case. After all, the vast majority of research collaborations and interactions are positive and significantly benefit Australia. However, foreign countries can tangibly benefit from your research if they're able to steal it without your knowledge or involvement. And I'm sure a number of you are aware of the issue that surrounded Duke University in North Carolina. It was a World Research Institute around metamaterials, and in January of 2007, a foreign PhD student, I think, who's now known as the Elon Musk of China, arranged for a research team from his home country to visit Duke University. They toured the lab in the engineering department. They photographed key pieces of information and equipment, including research prototypes. And then, according to the FBI, the entire lab was then reproduced in a foreign country. And in 2010, that foreign PhD graduate returned to his home country and started using his own lab with the research that was pioneered at Duke. They later commercialised that research and founded a company that as of 2017 was valued at $1.7 billion US. It's a staggering loss for the United States economy. So in making our collaborative decisions, we need to think through not just what's in the prospects of advancing knowledge in critical and other technologies, but also to consider the prospects of who's gaining access to that knowledge and to what ends that it's actually being used. We understand that this is at odds with other incentives in operation in the higher education sector, including in relation to funding and international rankings. However, the sector's also got a very proud history and ethos of working to build future Australian prosperity. And our intention is that only those collaborations which endanger that prosperity are avoided or risks adequately mitigated to retain things that are in our national interest. So Australia faces a range of actors seeking to acquire critical technologies and IP and interfere in the research sector. Foreign interference, and I'm the National Counter-Foreign Interference Coordinator in Australia, and foreign interference is, I suppose, defined as an activity that is coercive, it's deceptive, it's clandestine, or corruptive, in that it's conducted on or on behalf of a foreign principal, and it's contrary to Australia's sovereignty, values, and national interests. So that's a pretty easy definition to remember, not? Whereas espionage, on the other hand, is the theft of Australian information by someone who's acting on behalf of a foreign power, much more simple. And you as researchers are at risk of both. You can also be the victims of espionage or intellectual property theft. So you can imagine getting scooped by a foreign government with all of the incredible resources that those governments can have at their disposal to steal your research and then capitalise on it. As Mike Burgess, the Director General of ASIO, stated in his annual threat assessment of 2023, Australia is facing an unprecedented challenge from espionage and foreign interference. It is our #1 threat in Australia. And AUKUS has highlighted the threat to your institutions, and this will impact on the way that you need to conduct research if you're involved in that, store and protect data, collaborate and cooperate. And Tanya is up talking next, I think, with Minister Miles as well, and we'll highlight some of those activities around AUKUS. And foreign powers are interested in a range of information and data that includes research methodologies and developments, especially those that provide high economic value and allow foreign powers to shortcut development timeframes for new critical technologies. They're after sensitive and personal data, and we've seen universities attacked through cyber activities, including those individuals that are employees that could be used for future intelligence activities. And that even includes past employees and retired academics. They're after insights and understandings across various foreign policy and international relations disciplines, especially those that are centred on analysing and assessing geopolitical events and actors. Meanwhile, the enduring involvement of our greatest asset, our people, such as our academics, staff and students, remains a fundamental vector for foreign powers to access information and to covertly interfere with decision-making processes in universities and research institutions. Foreign powers will seek to use individuals to steal information from Australian institutions through seemingly completely legitimate approaches on their behalf, such as being employed within a research team or collaborating offshore while covertly providing data to a foreign power, and that may not be directly. Another example is stealing information from Australian researchers and employees through normal work and networking, such as inviting researchers on paid international trips to demonstrate their work or in exchange for financial support, such as joining a talents program. The threat environment is certainly dynamic, but so are we. It has implications for collaboration, but arrangements have been designed in collaboration with the sector, and that's important. We don't do things in isolation, we engage with the sector, and that gets implemented in a proportionate way, and I think that was just highlighted by Minister Watts. But researchers, research institutions and corporations need to adapt, and you are adapting. Research on critical and emerging technologies faces the greatest threat of espionage and interference. In 2023, the government released a refreshed list of critical technologies in the national interest, which identified 37 technologies across 7 fields. And from the perspective of identifying what research, which researchers, and what collaborations are at greatest risk of foreign powers, the list is a great start. But just because your area isn't on the list, it doesn't mean that you aren't at risk. And although government has a range of responses in place to counter foreign interference, I'll touch on some of those shortly, the greatest asset for protecting Australia's research sector is for institutions to understand and address foreign interference risks where they see it first. You're the experts in your fields. You know the best of the intricacies of your research, how valuable it is, the opportunities that it creates, what it is meant for, and what it could potentially be used for in nefarious hands. You're best placed to know when collaborative projects seem too good to be true, when interactions seem off, or when a research project is certainly of interest to international partners with questionable intentions. Many universities and institutions implement due diligence frameworks at various levels. However, due diligence isn't just a process that the government recommends that you do like a tick in the box or to meet a requirement. It's because due diligence is how you understand how valuable and important your research is and how badly a potential foreign interference actor may want to get at it. At the Emerging Technology and Securing Innovation Summit last month, the DG ASIO noted that ASIO's detected and disrupted a plot to infiltrate a prestigious Australian research institution. The plot involved a visiting professor, a genuine academic, who had been recruited by a foreign intelligence service. The spy masters gave him money, a shopping list of intelligence requirements, and sent him off to Australia. The academic set his Australian students research assignments that specifically covered many of the intelligence requirements that the state was after. And working with the Research Institute, ASIO intervened and removed the professor from the country before any harm could be done. And last year we introduced, as Minister Watts talked about, the Protecting Australia's Critical Technology Regulations, or the PACT regulations. They enable targeted visa screening processes for academics and researchers on critical technology areas. The powers are currently dormant, and the Minister for Home Affairs is currently considering the kinds of technology that are going to be applied for the purposes of visa screening. And the Australian Government, in partnership with the university sector, is also protecting Australian universities from foreign interference through our University Foreign Interference Task Force, which I chair. Its membership comprises equal representation from government departments such as Home Affairs, Defence, the Department of Education and ASIO, as well as Vice-Chancellors from across the sector. I may pause to grab a quick drink. UFIT is proving to be really an integral conduit for which the free flow of ideas, threat information and strategies cycle through the sector into government and government back into the sector. We're proud of our achievements in this area and we look forward to ensuring that this relationship is enduring. It's such a good model, it's acknowledged globally as probably the benchmark for collaboration between government and the university sector in relation to foreign interference. And we may well apply the same methodology to a number of other critical sectors across the economy. And then in 2019, and it was refreshed in 2021, the UFIT released the guidelines to counter foreign interference in the Australian university sector. Those guidelines assist universities to strengthen resilience to foreign risks while protecting students, staff and research that contributes to our prosperity. They're principles-based and encourage universities to enhance cybersecurity resilience, to manage instances of coercion, harassment and intimidation on campus. They appoint accountable authorities within the university management framework to manage matters of foreign interference, and they undertake enhanced due diligence checks on staff and foreign parties. The guidelines really do seek to strike that balance, to give careful consideration to potential tensions between developing institutional policies to protect against the risk of foreign interference, whilst also promoting the free exchange of ideas and open research culture and academic freedoms. And since the introduction of the guidelines, universities have made significant improvements or bolstered protection against foreign interference in relation to the implementation of those guidelines. Leaders in the sector have in place mechanisms to protect themselves against the risks and are taking steps in all four categories of the refreshed guidelines to harden the environment against foreign interference. But you need to recognise that the threats and the risks continue to evolve. Therefore, we've got to maintain a commitment to undertaking and improving the conduct of due diligence around staff, researchers, and international collaborations. It's really something that you just can't say it has to be a trust me attitude, that I've worked with the person, they're a friend, etc., or the person's a good guy to collaborate with. You need to be continuously conducting due diligence. Who you are employing, who you're collaborating with, chasing down where the research is going to end up, and that you're not dealing with a front or a proxy government. You need to be doing more than just relying on the recommendations of basic open source searches and conducting deeper dives and following the information leads. And if anyone can do that, it's you. You're the best researchers in the world. You've also got to be looking at a backstop through continuing analysis, testing and strengthening your cyber security architecture. And this is a leading vector for espionage and foreign interference. And we've seen with 4 major ports in this country shut down in the past week what a cyber hack can actually do to the economy of Australia. We've got to ensure that researchers aren't running on non-approved compliance networks, old patch servers, running networks that you don't know about, sharing access details or letting researchers take their university networked computers and mobile phones overseas for convenience without applying full cyber security measures prior to departure and on their return. You know, it's really got to be bread and butter stuff. ASIO's released a number of information documents and I would encourage you to go on their site to look at some of those. Protect your research, report prying minds, secure your success and think before you link, just a few of those. Also, the Australian Cyber Security Directorate supports research organisations through its Cyber Security Partnership Program. And recently, in collaboration with CSIRO and the higher education sector, we've developed a due diligence checklist to guide authorities conducting due diligence assessments on international collaborations involving Australian researchers and institutions. And UFIT has conducted a series of engagements across government to streamline a lot of our domestic and international research around defence control export regimes. And we're going to be looking to strengthen the integrity of some of that research to give justified confidence to all stakeholders on our path to AUKUS. And that'll be just one we're going to have to pull out all stops to work together. And this will include a robust consultation phase on any applicable draft legislation. And we thank the sector for that collaboration to date. All of those measures really provide a strong foundation for the government to detect, to deter and to build resilience against foreign interference activities that are directed at Australia. We'll continue to review the operation of our laws and to take further steps as necessary to make Australia the most resilient country in the world to foreign interference. And there are implications, no doubt, for collaboration, but arrangements are designed in collaboration, as I said earlier, with the sector to be implemented in a proportionate way. And in addition to the threats on foreign interference and espionage, Australia continues to face other security challenges with the development of advanced technologies. In addition to my role as the National Counter-Foreign Interference Coordinator, I'm also the Commonwealth's Counter-Terrorism Coordinator. I don't know what I did in a previous life, but it must have been bloody horrendous to get some of these kind of roles. But whilst our national terrorism level was lowered from probable to possible in 2022, the lowering of that threat level doesn't mean that the threat of terrorism in any way has been removed. Possible doesn't mean negligible, and we still remain a terrorist target. However, while the nature of terrorism as legislated is enduring, we recognise that the character of terrorism can and does change. It means that we've got to develop approaches and responses to counter the evolving and complex and disruptive terrorism threats that are out there. It means that domestic terrorism threats are way less predictable. They're harder to detect and investigate, with persistent and evolving threats from international terrorist groups and environments where adaptive threats from fused and accelerating advances in technology are becoming more prevalent. Notwithstanding some of the associated opportunities that this presents us, the rapid adoption and adaptation of emerging technologies does pose current and future challenges for our efforts to counter terrorism and violent extremism. New technology such as AI, unmanned aircraft systems and 3D printing are becoming increasingly accessible. Violent extremists of all motivations have sought and will continue to seek access to those technologies and to do that to further their nefarious objectives. Many terrorist organisations are seriously tech-savvy, and the internet and social media has vastly expanded their reach and influence, enabling the instantaneous sharing of their propaganda around the globe, bridging connections between previously isolated individuals and ideological movements. And in light of the current threat environment, it's important to ensure that our counter-terrorism laws remain fit for purpose. I've got a counter-terrorism coordination centre that works to ensure that our efforts are coordinated across the Commonwealth, states and territories to counter the potential appeal and proliferation of terrorism and violent extremism material. So in conclusion, the Department of Home Affairs and the wider government are committed to keeping Australians safe, secure and prosperous. Keeping Australians safe and secure is the #1 objective of any government in this country, as is protecting our economic interests as well. We've got to balance national security needs with the open and collaborative nature of Australia's research sector, and that requires an informed and proportionate approach. And we're not going to do that in isolation, as I said, we're going to do that in collaboration. The balance can be found through empowering the Australian research community with an understanding of the threats of foreign interference, espionage and terrorism, and the use of appropriate systems to better protect people, infrastructure and information. And how we navigate these issues together will define our path as Australia continues to coordinate and lead cutting-edge research projects, whilst ensuring our sovereignty and the safety of our community. Thank you very much. Do I now get quizzed?
Yes, you do.
Oh, okay.
So thank you very much for that. So thank you, Nathan. Enjoyed listening to your talk. Now I'd like to invite questions from the audience. Again, raise your hand if you're in the room. A microphone will come to you. There's a microphone in the centre at the top of the stairs up there. And online, we'll put your questions in the Q&A and they'll be asked. And please state your name and your affiliation. So please go ahead.
I don't have a microphone at the moment.
It's coming.
There's one just behind you.
Thank you, Branwen Morgan, CSIRO. You made the point about needing to be consistently vigilant and checking credentials of people you might want to collaborate with, doing deeper dives and finding that information. My question is, with what time and money? Our research leads are already incredibly overstretched, and anytime they're not doing research, they're becoming less and less competitive for the small amounts of funding, available.
Yeah, good question. We're all struggling, obviously, on the financial front, but I suppose, you know, you've got to look at what the end prospect is. Is your research actually going to end up in the wrong hands? Is it going to be stolen by a country or by an organisation with nefarious intent, malign intent? And so I would say that it's in your best interest to try and do that as quickly as, you know, as early as possible, to do as much research, to engage some of your even own researchers to do that, some of that investigation for you, but also to work with the, you know, the Australian Research Council as well. They have some substantial databases that are able to be utilised to do some of that. We try and provide as much information as we can into some of those processes. I understand it's not easy, but there is no particular pot of money, unfortunately, that people can dip into to do that. I just think it's in the best interests of the researchers, the institutions and the country as a whole to be able to do that due diligence up front. But I do understand that it's not easy.
There's a question upstairs.
Sure.
Thank you, Nathan, for your speech. It was great. My question, you mentioned UFIT, which is a sort of a collaboration between government and the universities. But in Australia, a lot of research is funded by industry, around 2/3, I think, and I was just wondering if you could speak to that risk.
Sure, and we, met with the industry department last week to talk about some of the critical sectors that really do have a desire to better understand the threat environment that they're facing. A number of kind of commercial entities that are in startup phase or funding research are starting to see share manipulation, board manipulation and things like that. They're starting to see their systems being hacked. So there's a desire for information, and part of my role, and I've only been in it now for about 3.5 months, is to get out there and establish some of those collaborations, to work in conjunction with ASIO and other security organisations to start to build greater awareness, greater partnerships. We do that well on the cyber front, but I don't think on the foreign interference front we do it as well. So I've given a commitment to work as much as I can across various sectors to get the information out there and to establish those relationships and as a point of contact.
Very interesting. Robin Williams from the ABC. How many of the people or groups that try to interfere with us are rogue elements, and how many are fostered by states with whom we have otherwise polite diplomatic relationships?
Polite diplomatic relations, very nice. Well, the majority is state actor related, I'd have to admit. There are a number of organisations and entities out there that can be, if you go deeper, are proxies for some of those foreign state actors. But I would say it, in the main, is state actor related.
Thanks, Nathan. James Lawrenson from the Australia-China Relations Institute. Nathan, I noticed the frame you adopted this morning. It's a pretty standard national security one, and it was zero-sum. We've got it, they want it, we need to protect it. Now, I guess in this room, that probably raised some eyebrows because increasingly, we don't have it, they do have it. I mean, if we look down that list of 37 critical technologies, my guess is that China is probably a more significant contributor to those technologies globally than Australia is. And also, I think many people in this room would appreciate that when universities engage in research, they're creating knowledge jointly. You know, you can't steal knowledge that hasn't been created yet, and when it's created, it's available to both parties. So I guess my question is, are we in danger of adopting or overweighting, let me say that, overweighting the wrong frame for addressing these challenges?
It's a very good point. And I'd say we have to balance out where the benefit actually lies in some of these things and what the end use of the technology is actually going to end up being. But collaboration has to continue. Global collaboration with the greatest minds in the world leads to significant advances that benefit all of humanity. There is no question about that. It ultimately is going to come down to institutions and academics to determine what the use of their research and end product is actually going to be used for by foreign states, actors or whatever. So you're not going to have government dictate all of that. We rely on people using common sense, good judgment and good due diligence to be able to determine what the actual end benefit is. You got to cut me off.
Yeah. We're going to let Nathan off the hook because we're eating into our morning tea time. So let's thank you for your questions, but thank Nathan for his insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we'll now have some morning tea. I invite you all to join us in the Jager room. I'm not sure if it's on that side or that side, but it doesn't really matter. And you can also go outside under the arches for some tea and coffee and refreshments. And I'd like to see you all back here at 11:15 a.m. for another fascinating panel session and speaker. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. I trust you had an enjoyable break. Now, we're going to go on to the rest of today's proceedings. After a series of illuminating keynote sessions, let's now look deeper into our nation's defence needs and how that intersects with international scientific collaboration. The Defence Strategic Review, recently adopted by the Albanese government, highlights the need to accelerate development of asymmetric capabilities to allow Australia to deter malign actors in our rapidly changing environment. To enable capability development in a reasonable timeframe, Defence needs to partner extensively, both domestically and internationally, to access expertise and co-investment. It is against this backdrop that the Defence Science and Technology Group is leading implementation of the new Advanced Strategic Capabilities Accelerator to enable the research and industry sectors to focus their work on the development of advanced and asymmetric capabilities in key technological areas. In addition, the Defence Strategic Review clearly states climate change as a national security issue. It recognises increased challenges for Australia and the Australian Defence Force, including the increasing risk in our region and greater demand for disaster relief locally and abroad, thereby distracting Defence's primary objective of defending Australia. To explore if and how Australia can prioritise development of high-priority defence capability, while also placing limitations on the research sector, it is now my pleasure to welcome Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence, the Honourable Richard Marles, and Australia's Chief Defence Scientist and Academy Fellow, Professor Tanya Munro. Thank you.
Yes, please. Deputy Prime Minister, enormous privilege to have you here in the shrine to Australian science excellence, the Shine Dome.
It is I've been into this room a number of times, but I never cease to kind of take a breath when it is a beautiful building, and it is the perfect home of Australian science. And actually, it always looks more beautiful every time I come here. So it's an honour, actually, to be here amongst you.
So today we're having a conversation that is in parts uncomfortable, but is critical. We've been hearing how international collaboration makes us strong, and indeed it is vital for Australian defence science, as in fact when you and your Japanese counterparts signed off in June this year on a new arrangement for R&D with Japan signifies. But I'm respectfully challenging a wonderful comment made by President of the Academy, Jagadish, earlier today that the last time we achieved anything without collaborating internationally was the 1800s development of the stump jump plough. Because every time you fly in an aeroplane, there's a black box in there developed by David Warren from DSTG, all in a house. But that doesn't take away from the seriousness of Jagadish's point. We do better science when we collaborate. So, as a lead-in to my conversation with you, DPM, I put it to this audience and to you that we're looking at a paradigm shift. From excellent science being about working with the best in the world, to excellent science being working with the best in the world who share our values, so that it can't be used against us. So to kick that off, we've been talking about the Defence Strategic Review, and I brought a prop in case anyone wants to have a read. I commend it to you all to have a good read. There's been a lot of commentary around the challenges Australia faces and the global perspective. Can you share with this group of eminent scientists and collaborators your key takeouts from the DSR?
Not just in a scientific sense, more generally?
Yes, please.
More generally. Well, firstly, thank you, Tanya, and it really is an honour for me to be here as the kind of humble bearer of a Bachelor of Science from the University of Melbourne. It feels to be a big thing to be in this dome. And let me also start by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. I would say there's a range of ways that question can be answered, and one can kind of, depending on what level you answer it at in terms of the level of depth you get into. But I think at the highest level, what the DSR really is saying to us is that whereas we have had a defence force that in the over the last few decades has been balanced, meaning it has had a range of capabilities to do a range of things, be it participating as a member of an international force in Afghanistan through to leading a mission in Solomon Islands or East Timor, and all of those things have happened over the last, say, 30 years. Now what the DSR is saying is we need a much more focused force, that we have a very defined challenge in our immediate region, and that focus needs to be on Australia's national security, let me say at home. But I think the second point then is that in terms of defining that, where does Australia's national security lie? What is clear from the DSR is that it lies well beyond our shores, that a country or an adversary who seeks to do harm to Australia can do a whole lot of harm to us well before ever needing to set foot on our shores. That we are, as a trading island nation, very connected, economically connected to the world, but there is a physical dimension to that. And therefore, where our national security lies is well beyond our borders, and in order to get there, we need to have the capacity to project. So for me, it is, firstly, we need to be focused, and in being focused, we need to have a capability within our Defence Force which is around projection through the full spectrum of proportionate response, and so we talk about that as impactful projection. And to me, they're the two really big kind of strategic takeouts of the DSR, and more focus, like a focused force, and a focused force which is built around the capacity to engage in impactful projection. Now, when you then unpack that and say, well, what's an example of that? I mean, the most obvious example of that is nuclear-powered submarines. They will very much give rise to an ability to project beyond our coastline in an impactful way. But be it that, be it long-range strike missiles, be it the way in which we conceive of our army, projection is at the heart of how we need to think about the strategic conception of what our Defence Force is. And I think, therefore, what I hope is that gives a much clearer sense of thinking, but direction for the Defence Force itself, but for the research community, for industry, around the kinds of needs that the ADF is going to have.
Thank you, DPM. And I have to say, one thing I very much welcomed was the release, along with the DSR, with some clear priorities for the Australian innovation, science and technology community to lean into. Today, we've been reflecting on the fact that with 0.3% of the world's population, we do 4% of the world's research. So that's something to celebrate.
Yep.
Noting that we also need to be able to access that other 96% of knowledge created elsewhere in the world. Can you share with us your aspirations for science in Australia?
Yeah, well, well, again, beyond defence, and I take the point that was made, collaboration is profoundly important. So I guess to go beyond defence for a moment and to just talk about science more generally, I've said this quite a bit. I think Well, I really think the biggest microeconomic reform challenge that the country has is infusing our economy with science and technology. We need to be climbing the technological ladder. We have an economy which has a heavy focus on primary industry, resources, agriculture. That's fine. Like, there's no criticism of those industries. In fact, those industries right now are the hope of the side, so I'm very much in for them. But we need to be building our human capital, and that is only going to happen if we climb the ladder of technology, we climb the ladder of modernity, and we have a long way to go when you look at, for example, the Harvard Index of Economic Complexity, which in some ways is a measure of that, and we are nowhere near where we should be in relation to that. To achieve that, I actually think is sort of a more profound thing, which is that as a nation, I feel we need to change our cultural relationship to science. We need to see it much more front and centre in terms of what we value in the country. We need to be encouraging kids to be taking up science in terms of their study, and then ultimately in terms of their job. And indeed, I think we've seen a steady decline if you kind of measure it at year 10, when people can first make the decision not to study science. We've been seeing in proportionate terms more and more kids make that choice, and we need to turn that around. That's why I think this is in some ways a cultural issue. There is in this, I think, a lot more that we can do around the celebration of big science. We've got the Square Kilometre Array telescope happening in our backyard. It is genuinely one of the most remarkable scientific projects in the world today. What it will illuminate in terms of the universe over the course of the decade in which we are living is just breathtaking. In a way that it should be on the front page of the Fin or the Australian, every week. And yet no one ever reads about it, no one knows about it. To be fair, we're not debating about it in Parliament. Is it kind of any wonder that kids aren't being inspired when this stuff's happening and we are not talking about it? There is a cultural issue here which we must change. So I think that's kind of the broader question. In terms of defence, the state human contest is a contest of technology. In many ways, when one kind of brain is competing against another, it becomes a place where that technology, that innovation, who has the greatest amount wins. The state of human contest now is such that no country, even the US, can really hope to be at the cutting edge of that without there being an international collaboration, which is to the point. So if you take the F-35, that is a multinational collaboration which has produced a very extraordinary fifth-generation aircraft. But no one can claim a kind of sovereign capability in respect of it. There is a sovereign capability in being able to operate it and maintain it, but in terms of being able to build a platform of that complexity, that requires a whole lot of collaboration, countries getting together. I think, as you put it at the start, Tanya, that is, I think, I hadn't heard that kind of frame before, but I think that's right. I think it is about, we need to be collaborating internationally. We need to be collaborating internationally with people with countries of shared values. That's where we're at now. And so I suppose I feel like I'm going on a bit here, but I think there are then 2 points. I do hope that the DSR gives direction, as I said before, clearly to research efforts in this country for universities, CSIRO, DSTG, ASCA and the like, but which drives the innovation that we need. The second point, though, is that what we are seeing now in working, which comes through AUKUS, in working with the United States around trying to remove barriers around export controls of defence products, and there is real hope I mean, it is obviously a matter for the United States Congress, and we want to be respectful of their processes, but there is real hope in a way that we've probably not had before that is going to happen. If we can achieve that, it does create a much more seamless defence industrial base, but what it really creates is a much more seamless technology sharing environment. And so if you think about, for example, a collaboration which is happening right now between Flinders Uni, the University of Rhode Island, the University of Manchester around nuclear propulsion, that's the ability for that collaboration to be much more granular, to do it in an easy way where the legal regime not just permits it but encourages it. I hope that all of that is transformative for them, but obviously, you know, across the broad spectrum of technologies that we will be working with those countries.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. There are many more questions I could have asked, but I think you've captured in your answers the spirit, the intent, and the opportunity for Australian science. Very conscious that you need to get back up to the House and that I need to let you go now.
So the one thing, when I'm kind of mindful that there are TV cameras on me, so I'll try and do this discreetly. But when I entered the Parliament in 2007, and the now Prime Minister was the then Leader of the House, and we did a thing which was kind of puppy school, where, you know, all the new MPs get taught what it is to be a Member of Parliament. And I remember Anthony came in and said, "You'll have good ideas and you'll want to make a contribution. Remember one thing, you are here to vote. Don't miss one. Do not miss one." He put the fear of God into me then. I still have it now, so I do need to be back before midday.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Really appreciate it. Such a privilege for us to have the Deputy Prime Minister sharing his thoughts on the role of science in this contested world. Just before I introduce our panellists, I really wanted to flag that this is the start of a conversation about how we need to work differently, how we need to collaborate differently in order for Australia to be able to do what it does so well through its science and make sure that science makes a difference to Australia. I thought I'd briefly just describe my role and my responsibilities and then introduce the panellists. So I don't know who here know this, but Defence Science Technology Group celebrates 116 years of existence under various names. And I have a dual-hatted responsibility, which is an enormous privilege, being head of DSTG, but also the capability manager for Defence for Innovation, Science and Technology. To put it in a nutshell, DSTG is responsible for making sure that Defence has access to the right R&D and that we work with the right people in the right way. And there are a number of mechanisms by which we do this, such as you will have heard of the DISP, but there's also the DRICS, which is the Defence Research, Innovation and Security Program. And as we consider how we need to respond to a post-DSR world, we're refreshing our current strategy, which is the Defence More Together strategy, about what we need to do in Australia. And I'd like to thank Anna Maria and Jagadish and the Academy for some of the ideas they're seeding and driving into conversation about what structures we need in Australia to be able to do that effectively. So please join this conversation. I look forward to your questions. Enormous privilege to invite Nerali up to the stage. So while Nerali is coming up to the stage, Nerali is a Professor of Climate Change at the Australian National University. Please join me here. And hopefully coming onto this screen in front of us is Dr. William Colglazier, the Editor-in-Chief, Science and Diplomacy from the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Welcome, Bill. Can you hear us? Can we check your audio?
Welcome.
Fantastic. And can I also just acknowledge that in the audience, I encourage you to have some conversations over lunch with a couple of key people who are leading work that is critical to this conversation. Firstly, David Nockels, can you stand up somewhere there in the audience? David Nockels is the First Assistant Secretary of Industry Policy in the Department of Defence, leading the charge on some of this reform that we've been talking about today. And also just in front of him, Peter Tesh, familiar to many, is the co-leader of the independent review of the Defence Trade Control Act. So please take this chance to have conversations with David and Peter. But now to my fabulous panel. We've been hearing so much today about the threat environment and the fact that Australia relies on that lifeline of deep international collaboration. I'm going to start with you, Neroli. With your deep expertise in climate science and Antarctic research, it really strikes me that Antarctica is almost the perfect microcosm where countries come together, depend on each other for their very survival, but also it is a contested environment where some of these international tensions play out. Can you please share your perspectives on that balance between collaboration and protection?
Yeah, thank you, Tanya. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. So I wanted to just start off today by just giving a few examples of the ways that my field interacts with defence. So this Saturday, I'll be flying to Antarctica to carry out my science over the summer. 2 days later, hopefully, my scientific equipment is scheduled to be flown to Antarctica by the Australian Air Force on a C-17 that will land on the ice runway at Wilkins near to Casey Station. So I'll be working in Antarctica as part of a major research campaign to study Denman Glacier. Deputy Prime Minister Miles just talked about the importance of celebrating big science, and this is one of the most ambitious field programs that I have ever seen the Australian Antarctic program undertake. So it's a really exciting project to be involved in. We will have a field camp supporting 30 scientists with 12 support staff. Much of the infrastructure for that camp was actually airdropped to the site by the Air Force last summer. So the Defence Force has been incredibly important in actually enabling the science that we'll be undertaking this year. So the reason why we're studying Denman Glacier is because this region of East Antarctica is an area that could be a major player for future sea level rise. But the more, so we used to think that East Antarctica was fairly immune to global warming, that it would relatively stay as it is. But the more evidence that we gather, the more we start to see areas of change that are already underway, and we find parts of the East Antarctic ice sheet that have configurations that are potentially very vulnerable to ocean warming. So Denman Glacier is one of these areas. It has the potential, just this basin alone, to raise global sea levels by 1.5 metres. So that's 1.5 metres from this part of East Antarctica, on top of changes that are already underway and unstoppable from West Antarctica and from Greenland. So rising sea levels will change national borders, and they'll threaten the entire existence of some nations. Climate refugees will become a reality, and we've seen just in recent days Australia offering to resettle residents of Tuvalu because of this issue of the rising sea levels. So in studying Denman Glacier, we'll also be working to understand the ways that Antarctic climate influences Australia's climate extremes. And if we think back to Australia's Black Summer and the exceptionally hot and dry conditions that fueled that fire disaster, that was in part caused by the atmospheric circulation over Antarctica. And we have those images of New Year's Day and the fires at Malakuta and the days that followed, where the Defence Force was critical in the response, the disaster response. In the Defence Strategic Review, it recognises that climate change is a national security issue. The review recommends that Australia should build climate resilience, and the response measures for the Defence Force that are needed, so the Defence Force would ideally be there for the most extreme measures only. But we aren't yet at a new normal, and climate change is continuing to develop, and we know that the worse that we let climate change become, the more we're going to need to draw on those resources, the worse that those climate extremes are going to become. So I guess my plea would be that we, in looking at sort of the role of the Defence Force and the role of national security, we also have that same sort of laser focus on addressing climate change, because it is one of the real threats that we will face in the future.
Thank you, Neroli, and I'm charged on behalf of the Department of Defence to make sure that our work to support climate is informed by the very best science and evidence, so I look forward to working with you more deeply. Bill, if science is a critical element of what our world needs now, it even more needs science diplomacy. With your rich experience of advising the United States on matters related to the implementation of foreign policy as it pertains to science, what would you like to share with our Australian community from that perspective?
Well, thank you very much. I wish I could be there with you in person, but this is a very important symposium. As you might expect, the dialogue here parallels very closely to what's occurring in the United States right now between the science community and the government on this balance between openness and scientific research, international collaboration, and the security concerns that we all are worried about. Hey, I want to focus just very briefly on the importance of fundamental basic research to the national security of our countries. As we all know, the science and technology revolution is moving incredibly fast right now. It's accelerating at a great pace. And in many of the fields that people are concerned about regarding security issues, and particularly those related to emerging technologies, the quantum, AI, synthetic biology, the people who are at the advanced and basic research, that's the research that is published openly right now in publications. You saw in the data presented earlier, the explosion of collaboration over the last 40 years in publications and journals. Basic research is very close in many of these cases with emerging technologies to the applications. And these applications have the potential of great benefits, but they also, as we see quite clearly with AI, for example, can present serious risk and concerns. So I think for any country like the United States and Australia to be at the forefront of science and technology revolution, you have to collaborate with the best people and wherever they are around the world. That's certainly what has been happening over the last several decades. And as one of the comments and the questions made just before the break, when you do this sort of research, you're learning, both sides are learning. It's new knowledge being created oftenly, so there are benefits that accrue to both sides. We have seen the experience of the challenges coming from countries like China, where the rules are not followed, obviously, with spying and appropriation of technologies illegally. But the scientific community in China is very good in many of these fields. We learn a lot from them, and they learn from us. And so I think it's very important if we're going to stay at the forefront, we have to at least maintain to the greatest extent that we can collaboration on these forefront areas of science. So that certainly includes doing it with our allied countries like the United States, Australia, the UK, Japan, and the other democratic countries of the world. But also I think it implies learning from collaboration with countries where the values of the government are not exactly our values anymore. We have to do it with our eyes wide open. I think the scientific community in the United States, it certainly seems like in Australia as well, is learning that we have to be aware of who we're collaborating with, the possibilities of inappropriate actions being taken, encouraged by foreign governments, but at the same time, try to preserve as much as we can the international collaboration that we all benefit from. I've been involved. I was at the U.S. National, after being a professor, I was at the university at the National Academy of Sciences in the U.S., both first focusing on the international collaboration, but then as overseeing the studies and then the science and technology advisor to the Secretary of State. So I've been involved with international collaboration in science for a long time. When I was in the State Department, I learned a lot from what the U.S. Defense Department does in terms of supporting basic research. The Air Force Office of Scientific Research, the Office of Naval Research, they're quite well known to you, I know, because they mentioned to me that they know you very well. And AFOSR, for example, funds foreign scientists as well as U.S. scientists. They fund collaborations of American scientists, foreign scientists. They fund a lot of scientists in Australia right now. In fact, I've accompanied them going to a number of countries, South Africa, Chile, recently to Turkey, where they're trying to find the best, brightest minds doing interesting research and basic fundamental research published in the open literature that they're willing to fund. So I guess the first thing I would say for Australia, to the extent you can, increase that type of collaboration, certainly with our countries of like mind. It's important for the defense establishment, it is for the rest of our societies. But in terms of collaborating with countries like China, you know, science diplomacy started out after World War II was really the governments were interested in for intelligence purposes more than anything else, trying to find out what the other side is doing. We certainly learn a lot from working with the best minds in China. We're doing it with our eyes wide open of some of the potential mischiefs that can be caused. But we have also influenced the Chinese scientific community in many ways. I talked to a number of them, and when they cannot be overheard, they're very concerned about what's happened with their government and the changes that has made. So I think that we shouldn't underestimate the extent we've influenced their scientific community, and hopefully their scientific community is going to have more influence over their government in the long run than probably we ever will. So I think that was my second point, maintaining international scientific collaboration. But how do we do that? How do we set the right balance between openness and security? And, you know, and the devil is in the details in this issue. I think Professor Jagadish, in his remarks, laid it out very clearly in his own field of nanotechnology, the challenges that come from working in a field that is at the state of the art, in a very important field that has potential great benefits to our societies. And there are also challenges, obviously, as well. And so if we become too conservative in terms of security concerns, we're going to create obstacles that we're actually going to come back to hurt us in the long run and produce the benefit. So I think, how do we set the right balance? And that comes from engagement of two types, in my view. One is having engagement between the best scientific minds in our own country, with the science funders in our countries, with the scientific people who deal with intelligence, who deal with security issues, because things are different in different fields. It's different in quantum science from it is in synthetic biology, artificial intelligence. So not to understand what some of the potential risks are, how things can be misused for the wrong purposes, the government has to engage with the scientific community, the best people in that field, and that's vice versa. The scientific community needs to learn about what some of the security challenges are so they can be better prepared, doing the due diligence that was referred to by some of the ministers in the previous remarks. The other type of engagement I think is really important is engagement between the scientific leaders in our countries with the scientific leaders in other countries, such as China. We can influence them. We can talk to them about some of these very hard issues, and maybe they will have more influence getting their government to operate in a better way in terms of international scientific collaboration. The U.S. National Academy of Sciences is doing this. I know my friend and colleague Von Tarikian is there, and he can tell you about some of that. Even the worst parts of the Cold War, in recent years, there have been dialogues between the U.S. scientific community and scientific communities in countries like Iran and elsewhere. So to the extent we can at least have the science community being a window of communication between societies that are really at loggerheads, I think it can actually turn out to have value when windows of opportunity open in the diplomatic sphere. So anyway, I applaud what Australia is doing, but just remember that the devil is in the details that really have to get down. And the science community and the government really need to understand each other better in order to set the right balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you for those wonderful remarks that I think set the tenor for our further conversation. And I think we'll come back in a little bit later to the devil's in the detail. But first, thank you particularly for your comments on the critical role of fundamental, pure and basic research and the role that our scientists we collaborate with overseas play in their own societies and with their own governments on shaping those societies. I really wanted now, I'll start with you, Bill, and then I'll pass to you, Neroli, to explore your own thoughts on how you think collaboration with our international colleagues needs to change in this contested world. Bill, I'll start with you briefly and then pass to Neroli.
Yes, I think in terms of the dialogues between the leaders of our scientific community in different fields with the leaders in countries like China, but also a number of other countries, I think they have to be more frank. They have to talk about what some of the problems and the issues are. They have to talk and try to understand exactly what are some of the roadblocks and hurdles that our governments are placing in front of international collaboration. The challenge in part that we face right now is the scientific community, for example, in the US and the scientific community in China, very nervous about what their own governments are going to do. they continue collaborating. And so they become more conservative, may even be the case. And so we have to have that very frank and honest dialogue, I think, to understand exactly what the real constraints are, and actually perhaps how each of us can influence our governments to come up with perhaps wiser policies looking towards the long run.
Thank you, Bill. And indeed, this type of symposium is all about that dialogue between government and our science community to try and shape the way we implement regulatory frameworks. Nerali, what do you think needs to change?
So I think that we definitely need to be aware of the national security issues around collaboration, but I think at the same time we need to find a way forward to be able to protect those collaborations, because particularly for Antarctic science and particularly for climate science, we have to approach this as a global community. It's a massive challenge. I could point to an example of a major international program that's happening in Antarctica. It's called the RINGS program, and the idea is to do geophysical surveys all around the edge of the Antarctic ice sheet, because we really need to know what the bedrock looks like there, so we know where are our vulnerabilities to climate change. Now that is an international program. It has leadership from Australia, it has leadership from the UK and the USA. But also has leadership from China and Italy and Denmark and Norway, and then another 15 or so other countries that are involved. And the challenges, the scientific challenges that we're trying to address in Antarctica, the people power to do it, the logistics to do it, we cannot do this alone. We need that international collaboration.
Understood. You've made a very powerful case for why that international cooperation in that type of environment is profoundly transformative. Perhaps if I now go from that big science context and take it more into the heart of defence. You know, in our Defence Strategic Review, it talks about the need to accelerate the development of disruptive and asymmetric defence capability and get it into the hands of our warfighters. In doing that, we need to make sure that if we give edge to Australia, we do that in a way that stops it being used against us or getting into adversary hands. The Academy's triggered a conversation, which I think is very welcome, about how that type of research can sit alongside other forms of research, such as what Nerali has just described, where we need to be more part of that holistic international scientific community. Bill, you probably heard earlier today, there's been quite a vibrant discussion around some of the US structures and models like the UARCs and the FFRDCs. I've been reflecting that in Australia, we have more than a dozen distinct concentrations in our research system that don't have that unifying taxonomy around them. Do we need to make a shift to having better recognised research concentrations that form that middle world between the types of research done in department in defence and the kinds of research done in our more open university collaborative environments? I'm very interested to hear your views. Would you like to give it a start, Nerali?
Yeah, it's a big question. But no, I do think that we need to make sure that we have that space for doing the fundamental science that isn't in fields of national security, but is addressing issues that will affect our national security. So, for example, the climate change and Antarctic side. And so that example that I gave for the RINGS program, it's collecting geophysical data. That's data that will be sensitive under sort of the current sort of proposals. So I think that we need to look at how we can set up the frameworks so that we're able to collect this data that we absolutely need and to work with the partners that we need to work with to do it, but that we can do that in a way that doesn't cause other issues. So I think that's a real challenge for our scientific community to be able to engage with the people who are making these decisions and come up with the ways that we can actually do the science that we need to do.
Nicely said. Bill, your view?
Yeah, well, as you indicated, federally funded research and development centers, FFRDCs, national laboratories are a very important part of the research and development framework in the United States. And obviously they can conduct restricted research, in fact, a number of professors at universities do spend part of their time, in some cases, particularly in these fields, who are interested in collaborating with FFRDCs. So that's the MITREs, Lincoln Labs, and so on, and the U.S. national laboratories. But also in the private sector, as we all know, in many of these fields, some of the most important and the fastest moving research and things like artificial intelligence is occurring in the private sector. The Defense Department in the U.S. has realized that it has to be able to interact better with the private sector. It benefits already from the FFRDCs. When I was in the government a decade ago, the U.S. Defense Department was actively involved with technological startups in the U.S. enterprise, asking them, did they have some new interesting idea, technology they were developing that might have application for the defense industry? And they would have competitions to be able to select a few to begin partially funding. So I think our defense establishment needs to be to move quicker in terms of how it interacts both with the private sector as well as with startup companies in these very fast-moving fields occurring right now. If I could just make one last remark about science diplomacy, which I've been an advocate for a long time. Some of the greatest successes in science diplomacy have dealt in the climate field, going back to the Montreal Protocol, going to what the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has done, the way it interacts with the government officials and producing updates of their reports for science. So I think there are also science diplomacy type institutions that we can actually use to be able to make progress in some of the current grand challenges. Of course, climate is still very much one of them.
Thank you very much, Bill. It does strike me that some of our science diplomacy efforts indeed need to interface with our own populations, because some of the challenges that we face is limited engagement of our own population in science and in science career pathways, which then fosters some of the challenges we have in our research laboratories in having options when we choose to work on very sensitive research, of doing that in ways that protect national security. So I think we've got some reflection to do about that broader piece of science diplomacy and science communication back at home. So this is probably, given that I know there are lots of questions in this audience, a really nice time now to go and start a conversation with you here in the room and online. What would you like to discuss with this panel, and where do you think that balance is between open, collaborative international research and the protections that this contested world pushes us to have to adopt? Please bring those questions along, and I'll welcome Frances back to the stage to help us manage the traffic flow.
Thank you, Tanya. I think you know the routine. You raise your hand, you state your name and affiliation, so we'll bring the microphone to you here in the room. Upstairs, there's a microphone in the middle, and online we'll repeat the questions for you.
Thanks, Frances. Anna Maria from the Academy.
Thank you, Anna Maria.
Tanya, you asked, you mentioned FFRDCs and the UARCs as one of the solutions that's implemented in the US, and that perhaps we need a more systematic architecture and taxonomy here in Australia. I would tend to agree with that as one mechanism. I know too that Defence has been working hard to think about what sort of carve-outs are needed to enable some of the research that should continue. I'd really appreciate if you could share with us a bit more what you can around that, I guess to understand where the boundaries might be or how those carve-outs might work.
Thank you, Anna Maria. So this is a key conversation and incredibly timely to have this symposium. So I said earlier that I introduced David Nockels, who's waving now by the door there. He and his team, and indeed we as a team, have been working very closely, particularly with our colleagues in the US system, to understand how their carve-outs work and how to minimise the bureaucracy for researchers working in these areas if they really need to work in areas that would sit on the Defence Strategic Goods list. By looking at the numbers of permits required in the US system, with those carve-outs in place, we anticipate that within Australia, the number of researchers that would need to seek these permits would be quite limited. So I guess my first comment would be the picture, the maximal picture the draft legislation might paint probably doesn't describe well the devil in the detail, to quote Bill, on how the regulation and carve-outs would be implemented. We would seek to work with this community going forward to develop that regulation so that it is focused in the areas where it's most needed. And our conservative estimates imply that we'd be talking likely a few dozen such permits across the whole nation each year. In fact, our early analysis shows that the regulatory burden would probably be decreased because of the time the system currently spends dealing with some of the permit requirements for export of technology and information to the US and UK systems, which would not be required if we share the same high fence. So I think, you know, that's the nuanced picture, and the details of the carve-outs are things that we'll be having active dialogue with the Academy on, but we're not starting from scratch. We very much, through this commitment with the US, have agreed to have our fences at the same height, and the confidence we have is their implementation at their much larger scale system is still a relatively modest number of permits required.
Thanks very much. I was having a very interesting conversation last night at dinner with a colleague who I hope won't mind me mentioning this anecdote. They had trouble in the current environment of closing up and worrying about foreign interference, getting approval for a collaboration with New Zealand. You talk about this new environment being driven by a more contested world, but when you say it's really closing down to, you know, when we hear that it's really closing down to the UK and the USA, I wonder, is this really driven by AUKUS? And if that's the case, you know, is it worth the cost to do potentially harm to what we do in the science community, to restrict our ability to do what we do through closing down collaboration in order to get these submarines?
Could you state your name and affiliation?
Oh,
I didn't catch
Alan
it.
Gamlin, Australian National University, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and it's a great one. We work very closely with New Zealand, both across our civilian R&D sectors and also in defence, and that will continue. I think undue focus on the AUKUS elements of the reform takes us away from the conversation about working with allies and like-mindeds. So I would not anticipate seeing a greater restriction on how we as a science community work with New Zealand. But again, it comes down to that, you know, perhaps the best way to kind of frame this conversation is look at the work done under the University Foreign Interference Task Force in the best practice guidelines, and I commend them to you if you're not aware of them. There's very good engagement across our universities at the Vice-Chancellor, Deputy Vice-Chancellor level, but I think we've still got some more work to do to share those a little bit more widely and get researcher reactions and input to them. We have very clear sense of which countries we need to lean into, and New Zealand is right up there. So please don't interpret the trilateral element in this reform as discouraging that. Bill, did you want to say anything? Because I don't want to answer all the questions.
No, thank you. I enjoyed listening to that, and particularly this initiative in Australia that has the vice chancellors of research universities engaging with people from the government about all these issues. That may be an innovation that would be good for the U.S. to try to replicate. I know that the national academies, U.S. national academies involved may talk about this, have what they call a roundtable on science, technology, and security, and they are engaging. This roundtable is engaging with the leaders of U.S. universities. In fact, I'm going to one that's going to occur in January, which universities on the West Coast, and it does include people participating from the government. But what Australia is doing sounds like it's a very nice approach by creating an entity that includes people from the academic community and from the US and from the government agencies.
Thank you, Bill. And Nerily?
I think it's a really important point, and this risk of closing down collaborations, I think that it's something that we need to be very aware of, and the risks that come with that. And I can draw on Bill mentioned some of the successes that we've had in the past with large global collaborations like the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We have the Antarctic Treaty as well. It's been hugely successful, and it reserves Antarctica as a place for peace and for science. It's a profound global sort of agreement, but I think we can't take it for granted that it will always be in place and hold, and so we really do need to nurture that. And there are tensions within the treaty system, particularly as countries are increasingly looking at sort of their resources in a changing world. And one of the things that within that system that we're able to come back to as a common language is the common language of science and the scientific evidence. And so ensuring that we actually foster that collaboration that we have through science and the diplomacy that we have through that enables the global cooperation where we need it. I think that we really need to make sure that we value that and we don't do anything to undermine it. Thank you.
So Vaughan?
Hi, I'm Vaughan Tarikian. I'm from the U.S. National Academy of Sciences. Bill, it's great to have to come to Australia to see you. But you know, one of the things is we've done a lot of the conversation, the focus, and obviously in this session, because it was led off by the Deputy Minister and the Minister of Defense, focuses on these issues as they relate to sort of the national security space. But one of the things that we've noticed in this sort of newer environment is actually economic security has become much more embedded into the national security discussion. A lot of our architecture was built around that traditional national security. What do you think is going to be needed as we begin to look at this through more of a economic security lens and what's going to happen there? And then what does that mean for the implications of open science and the role of universities in that space?
Bill, I think that was for you.
Oh, I thought it was for all of you. No, obviously it's a very important question because certainly, as Juan says, economic competition has become a forefront issue for all of us right now. And since globalization is being affected by geopolitics as much as international scientific collaboration. But again, the same sort of thing. The world has benefited so much from some of the benefits of globalization, and now those things are retreating with supply chains moving back around the world. So, but obviously, we're going to have to take into account more than we have in the past the security implications of depending, for example, on supply chains that actually may become at risk because of the geopolitics of this time. So Vaughan is certainly right. Economic competition is as big as national security issues right now.
There's 2 points I'd make on the economic side related to climate change as a risk. And when we look at future climate change and the trajectories that we're on, we have various pathways for what the future might look like, the shared socioeconomic pathways. In those scenarios, the absolute worst case scenario in terms of what we look at as possibilities for the future is one that's characterized by regional rivalry. It's worst in terms of outcomes for people. It's worst in terms of the economic outcomes, and it's near to worst in terms of the climate change impact as well. So that regional rivalry we really need to avoid, and we need that global cooperation to tackle climate change. And if we then look at the economic aspects at a national level, so Australia has its nationally determined contribution set at a 43% emissions reduction by 2030, and that's a very welcome target. The reality of achieving that is that from this year to 2030, we would need to reduce Australia's emissions by 4.5% year on year to get to that target, and that would put us on track to doing our part to limiting warming to 1.7 degrees. So not great, but definitely a better place than where we could be headed. The bad news in that is that we are not on track at all. From 2021 to 2022, Australia's emissions reduced by 0.4%. So we're an order of magnitude away from where we need to be. And so from that economic point of view, we need to be looking at the economics of what are we investing in terms of the actual dollar cost, but also the future costs in terms of the climate change impacts that are going to come from those climate changes that we see already playing out.
It's a very powerful point, Nerily. You talk about just how bad it is for people and climate to have state-to-state rivalry. The only thing really worse is war. And I guess my central thesis, and in fact why I do the role I do, is because I profoundly think that science is a critical way to deter conflict, and thus can be seen as a bedfellow to those working hard to use science to help combat climate change.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We have a question online.
Actually, we have two for Bill, and I'll package them together because they're similar, if that's okay. So Gavin Huang from the University of Technology in Sydney says, do you see any parallels from during the Cold War where the US collaborated with the Soviets on scientific projects? And what are some of those learnings we could apply to China in terms of diplomacy? And then another question from Ron Eckers from CSIRO in Sydney, who says, I was director at a major US research facility during the Star Wars era, developing intense radiation beams. I was struck by how the culture of secrecy in defence had limited their research capability. Have you encountered this barrier?
Well, thank you both. Both interesting questions. Yeah, during the height of the Cold War, there was a very active dialogue occurring between scientists in the United States and scientists in the Soviet Union, actually encouraged in part by both governments, even at the height of the Cold War. And it turned out, in that case, they were talking mainly about how to prevent nuclear weapons from ever being used again, trying to move to an arms control regime on nuclear weapons. And when there was a window of opportunity in the diplomatic sphere, that's when Gorbachev became head in the Soviet Union. Then the Soviet scientists that the U.S. scientists have been engaged with turned out to be Gorbachev's science advisors. So all of a sudden, the Track 2 non-governmental dialogues turned out to have great influence, at least in the 1990s, on the arms control initiatives that emerged then. So the hope is, by maintaining, I think, scientific dialogues, even when relation governments are bad, have the potential, when there are these windows of opportunity in the diplomatic sphere, they can bear great fruit. They're encouraged by both governments between the United States and Iran from the year 2000 up until, I guess, early in the Trump administration. Both governments encouraged the scientific communities to maintain an active dialogue, conducting workshops together, not on the nuclear issues, but on many other topics. And again, that window of opportunity, things are not very good right now, obviously, between the U.S. and Iran, but they always had the potential that maybe in the future they can be resurrected. On the question of do we lose by restricting our research too much? Yes, I think we can. I think that's been illustrated. We can also be surprised, too, by what might be developed by another country, by some of our adversaries, if we're not more in tune to the kind of advances they're making in a particular field. So, yeah, absolutely. We learn a lot from engaging, if we do it carefully, even with our adversaries.
I might just make an additional comment before I pass back to Frances. Before I came into this role, and having spent my whole career in universities, I had no visibility of the volume and impact of classified international research cooperation between allied nations. Its scale, its impact, and really are some of the best examples I've ever observed of international cooperation, and they're invisible to the broader community. So one of the things I think is important is we find ways of making people aware of it, even though for very good reasons of national security, and we can't talk about the details. So for example, I can tell you that there have been over the last year many clever Australian innovations that have automated the way intelligence analysts look at highly classified data that are used by all of our Five Eyes that have come from Australia. I can't tell you what they're looking at, I can't tell you how they work, but I can tell you that Australia's work in taking these wads of information and turning it into meaningful data that help people make decisions is impacting how all our allies work. And there are hundreds of such examples. So I think it's just really an interesting adjunct and complement to the way collaboration works in the open scientific literature.
Thank you. We've got time for one more question. John, you can have it. I was going to take it, but you can have it.
Thank you. John Webb from Swinburne University of Technology. But I also spent 3 years in New Delhi as the Australian Science Counsellor about 15, 20 years ago. My question is really for Bill, and I absolutely take on board his comment about science diplomacy and the initiatives from the AAAS, with Science and Diplomacy, the journal. It's been very important. But do you have any thoughts of how you can strengthen that perspective in kind of academia and commentary that would help in developing even better relations internationally?
What I found in speaking with college students at universities in the U.S. and elsewhere, many young students, graduate students, are very interested, obviously, in how they can make the world a better place, and they become sort of captivated by the term science diplomacy. They can come from the social sciences, natural sciences, the humanities. They're all interested to think how they can actually use what they've learned at universities that can actually contribute in engaging with their colleagues in other countries around the world that actually may advance diplomacy and make the world more peaceful and prosperous. So I think there's a great potential. I would think, certainly in U.S. universities, I think it's very wise right now to create some interdisciplinary courses that can attract students from different parts of the university to talk about these common issues that are related to science diplomacy and some of the other big challenges where science and technology can make contributions to the world. So I think universities have a very important place in trying to ignite the young people of the world to maybe fix some of the things that we've been able to do in our generation.
Thank you, Bill. So we'll need to wrap up now. It's lunchtime, so please join me in thanking Professor Tanya Munro, Dr. Cole Glazier, and Professor Abram for their valuable input in this session. Okay, so now we're going to have a lunch break, but before we commence the second half of our proceedings, I invite you to join us again in the Jaeger room for lunch, and you're welcome to step out under the arches. See you back in here at 1:25. Enjoy. Well, welcome back. I trust you're all refreshed after lunch. So now, as we mentioned earlier, this event would not have been possible without the support of our event partners. In particular, we would like to thank our platinum and dinner partner, the Australian National University. So to say a few words from ANU's National Centre for Public Awareness of Science, please welcome Professor Joan Leach.
Thank you, everyone. I think I've bagged the after-lunch spot. That's always a tricky one. But I want to thank the Academy so much for curating and hosting, I think, this most important of symposium. ANU, just across the road, values very much our connections with the Academy. From the recognition of our great researchers as fellows at the Academy, as well as the collaborations on policy work, and in supporting each other, I think, in having the difficult conversations about science. We can do that. We have that luxury being so close together, and it's a wonderful thing. But I think this conversation is quite difficult, and I have struggled a bit this morning, and so I just want to offer a few short anecdotes from my own position within the academic world. And I get to do that because I have something called academic freedom. And over the last few years, as chair of the academic board at the ANU, we have been required to bring in a policy on academic freedom, as have every other university in Australia. And it's been a struggle over the last few years to do so over COVID, and of course, the kinds of debates that are raging around Australia and around the world make upholding academic freedom really, really difficult on a daily and weekly basis. So I want to talk a little bit about that and underscore the potential impacts that the changes we've been discussing could have on the academic world, okay? Because I think they might be outsized, perhaps, for us in the academy. And I think thinking about some of these changes that might be brought into Australia also might have very differential impacts across the sector. And so I'm just underscoring that I'm speaking from an academic point of view, but I am a bit concerned. So thinking about academic freedom, which sometimes sounds like a quaint, old-fashioned notion, actually has been quite reinvigorated, I think. It was reinvigorated by the idea of the Humboldt University, and it's been reinvigorated over the last few years in Australia as we all brought in our policies. And it's challenged us. So a couple of anecdotes. So at universities across Australia, and certainly at the ANU, immigrant and expat researchers and teachers do work relevant to their countries of origin. Their work might, on some occasions, be critical of their countries of origin. Or alternatively, it might be critical to that same country. And in many cases, it's both critical of and critical to their countries of origin. Academic freedom, our policy at the ANU and across the country, they're much the same, demands that the university protect these colleagues and their work so that they can inquire freely to the same standard that everyone else enjoys. It's quite a challenge because that also extends to people who visit the university. Researchers who come in for a month, a week, 6 years, they enjoy academic freedom as well, and it's our job to protect them as they do their work. And even where decisions might be made to restrict the flow of money or other kinds of collaboration to those other countries, the flow of ideas, according to academic freedom, should not stop. So for every example that we might hear, and we heard an example this morning, which is actually quite troubling, about nefarious actors inside the university taking ideas, I have an email in my inbox telling me about a colleague who's scared to do their work, frightened of how their work might be received in their home country, or afraid that they are going to have a critical reception that might chill or remove their ability to do their research. They're frightened. And this has happened quite often over the last few years. This is real, and colleagues are worried. It's interesting to think about how ideas about new export controls might sit in an environment where colleagues are already a bit frightened or worried that their research might be chilled out of existence. So academic freedom, naive, an unattainable cosmopolitan ideal not well suited to this new world order, or is it a fundamental principle that should guide academic work even in tough times? I would argue it's the latter, and that we're going to have a struggle, we're going to continue to struggle over these ideas about academic freedom. If you have a look at the International Science Council statement on academic freedom, and I recommend you do, just have a quick Google, you'll see that it quite carefully balances responsibility, individual responsibility of researchers with academic freedom in a thoughtful way. It's not an anything goes. Academic freedom doesn't mean that you're able to say anything you like. It doesn't mean that you can harass or bully or frighten others, right? It also doesn't mean that you give away your best ideas. So it's a very interesting statement. It's a way of valuing collaboration and valuing openness. So I think we're going to have some interesting conversations because we've been pushed to accept and adopt a very strong version of academic freedom in the university sector. And now we might be seeing something that's going to challenge that, and there will be some friction. Now, another vignette, it is related to the previous one. In addition to being chair of academic board, I have the enormous privilege of being director of CPAS, the Center for Public Awareness of Science. One of the questions I'm asked most often is why don't people trust science more, right? Then there's a question about misinformation, but I won't go off in that direction. But this question about trust. The answer that I give is in Australia, we're very lucky because people do. Okay, it's not a problem actually that we have here. We could import it, I don't suggest we do. But here in Australia, the problem of trust is not as acute as it is elsewhere. Okay, so in all the polls, Australians actually say that they trust science and trust scientists to do what's right. But we could change that. In polls and barometers across the world, the more science and health research is seen to align closely with corporate and government interests, the less trust publics have in it. From the academic sector, it's really important, our autonomy is underwriting the trust that publics feel. So, this doesn't mean, I think, that publics do not want the economic goods of science, but they want them to be in the public good. And it's clear that many publics are skeptical that industry and government priorities are in the long-term public good. It's kind of like the wisdom of crowds. To mangle Hippocrates' statement that life is short and the art is long, profit and protection are short-term priorities. The arc of research, however, and its results is very, very long indeed. So it's with some threat of peril, I think, that academic freedom hasn't been much mentioned. It was a couple times as a principle, but really we frame things in terms of collaboration. And I'd like to bring academic freedom back into this discussion. And with Cold War overtones and direct discussion this morning, we discussed the freezing of academic relations across some national borders. But if we switch to another linguistic kind of tenor, perhaps one back to the Enlightenment where academic freedom was much discussed, we changed the image. We will not necessarily be freezing out others. We ourselves could be cast into darkness. As Louis Pasteur said, science knows no country because knowledge belongs to humanity and is the torch which illuminates the world. In our efforts to freeze out bad actors, we mustn't put out our own light. And this is a really, really important conversation. I do want to bring back academic freedom into the mix, and I hope that the discussions this afternoon will be able to pick up some of those notions, and I just look forward to having those discussions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you to ANU for your support, and thank you to Joan for her anecdotes. So, after navigating the strategic defence environment, let's now assess whether the measures taken to address national security risks associated with research collaboration are working. We know that geopolitical tensions are affecting the productivity of scientists and the nature of their research. But are the safeguard measures we have adopted proportional, and do they adequately encourage the continuation of productive international scientific engagement? How can they be refined and made more effective? And what national capabilities are needed to create greater resilience to security threats? So to discuss this, it's my pleasure to invite to the stage Associate Professor Courtney Fung from the Department of Security Studies and Criminology at Macquarie University. Courtney is also an advisory board member of the National Foundation for Australia-China Relations. Professor Kathy Belov, Pro-Vice-Chancellor of Global and Research Engagement at the University of Sydney. Professor James Lawrence, Director of the Australia-China Relations Institute at the University of Technology, Sydney. And joining us online from the UK is Professor Sir Peter Matheson, Chair of the Task Force on Security Issues in UK Higher Education and Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University of Edinburgh. Dr. Diamond Cooney O'Donoghue, who supported the implementation of the University Foreign Interference Task Force guidelines at the University of Melbourne, and is now the Manager for Trusted Research at the University of Warwick. So over to you, Courtney. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you so much to Frances and really her team for having us, for letting in this errant social scientist into the discussion today. I would just like to take a moment to really celebrate the fact that we have such a robust debate and the possibility for such a robust debate and real exchange of ideas, to really celebrate the fact that we do have this academic freedom and a set of actors able to drive this type of discussion forward in this context with a number of stakeholders. I would expect that our panel will be, I think sometimes social scientists use the word spicy, but I think a quite robust discussion. I see Peter and Diarmuid are both already online and ready to go. And I'm hoping we can really draw perspectives from both Australia and UK academia in the very least to help us disaggregate the number of stakeholders involved in this type of debate. From the defence funders, from the research councils, from the lab techs, the ECRs, the full professors chasing that grant money and really bearing the cost of trying to figure out how to be compliant. From also thinking about the government agencies, the various task forces, and the scientists themselves writ large worldwide that are thinking about and working with these problems. So I'd like to work down the line, starting with James, and then over to Kathy, and then to Diarmuid and Peter. So James, the floor is yours. I'll give you a tap, but I don't expect you'll go over time. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. You asked for spice. Let me try and give you some spice. Look, this panel this afternoon is all about have we got the balance right. In this room, you folks know all about the benefits of international research collaboration, so let me focus my comments on the risk side of the equation. And my concern on that side of the equation is not around the serious risk assessment and mitigation work being done by the likes of ASIO with universities in the formats such as Universities Foreign Interference Task Force. Rather, it's the influence of those that former ASIO head and Secretary of Defence, Dennis Richardson, described as, quote, national security cowboys, closed quote. These cowboys are ideologically driven, see threats everywhere, and seemingly want to put almost everything under a national security umbrella. They also claim that Australia's research sector is not taking the threat seriously, and legal and regulatory frameworks are not fit for purpose. Unfortunately, these cowboys don't just comprise anonymous trolls on Twitter. They also extend into our think tanks, even some with academic titles, as well as a few parliamentarians. And their alarmism is only happily propagated by significant sections of the Australian media desperate for eyeballs and clicks. The activities of this cowboy coalition can lead to policymakers, researchers and institutions behaving, in my view, in ways that are counterproductive to Australia's national interest, including shying away, self-censoring, shying away from productive collaborations with countries the likes of China for fear that their reputation or promotion prospects might take a hit from allegations hurled at them, irrespective of whether those allegations are actually based on hard facts and evidence. This explains, in my view, why of the 421 Australian Research Council discovery grants just released, only 15 of 421 involved collaboration with China. That's down from 80 just a few years ago. More projects now involve collaboration with New Zealand than with China. That's despite the fact that China now ranks first in the top 1% of most cited research publications globally, while New Zealand ranks 43rd. I think we have a problem. Let me give you a specific example to make this concrete of the national security cowboys in action. In August 2020, a report was released by Canberra's own the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, ASPI, alleging that the Chinese Communist Party was using talent recruitment programs such as the 1,000 Talent Scheme to gain access to technology from abroad through illegal or non-transparent means. The report's author says these programs were widely associated with everything from espionage to IP theft to human rights abuses. The author estimated there were, quote, at least 500 or 600 people, if not many more, close quote, at Australian research institutions that had been recruited to these programs. The Australian newspaper followed up just a few days later by placing mugshot-like photos of dozens of Australian researchers, overwhelmingly of Chinese origin, on their pages and complete with headlines like how the CCP Chinese Communist Party recruits our best and brightest. The Australian also emphasised IP theft and that many of those identified were concurrently receiving taxpayer-funded grants from the ARC. Less than a week later, this agitation led to the then Minister for Home Affairs asking the Joint Parliamentary Committee on Intelligence and Security to establish an inquiry into foreign interference in Australian universities. So it had a policy impact. By the way, that ASPI report that set off the frenzy was funded by the Mike Pompeo-led US State Department to the tune of a couple $100,000 Australian dollars. Not that this fact ever appeared in any of the associated media reporting. Well, what does Mike Burgess, the Director General of ASIO, have to say about the China's 1,000 Talents scheme? On the 20th of October 2020, he was asked that question in Senate estimates. Here's his response, quote, "Being a member of the 1,000 Talents program of itself is no problem. And for those who are, generally that is fine. Obviously declaring that and being open about what associations you have is always good policy. But being a member of the 1,000 Talents program is not in itself a problem for me or Australia in general," closed quote. A very different assessment. Further, if you take the time to read the responses of the researchers and universities targeted, you'll find that the allegations of participation and inferences of nefarious conduct were overwhelmingly and sharply rejected. And now the consequences. One researcher was so traumatised that they felt compelled to take legal action. If you go to the ASPI report's website today, you'll find a note attached apologising to the researcher and distancing themselves from the original allegations. Other researchers responded differently. 2 weeks ago, I was in Shanghai. While there, I met an eminent Chinese-Australian materials science expert. This researcher came to Australia nearly 30 years ago to complete a PhD. He then went on to have a stellar research career. But in recent years, he became so disillusioned by the environment created by the national security cowboys around engaging with China and the loyalty slurs directed at Chinese-Australian researchers that late last year, he decided it was just easier to move back to China. The lab he set up there is receiving generous municipal government funding support and already has 45 full-time researchers, and that number is expected to hit 70 by Christmas. I struggle to see how that's in Australia's national interest. By the way, the ARC also investigated those 30-odd researchers who had been named by the Australian. In June 2021, they reported back that, quote, no national security issues, close quote, had been found. In October 2021, the ARC further confirmed that it was also, quote, not aware of any theft of intellectual property, close quote. Only 3 issues involving 2 researchers were identified, and these related to undisclosed conflicts of interest. Salary double dipping. Academic misconduct, yes, but not national security, not IP theft, and certainly not human rights abuses. If you don't believe the ARC, in March 2023 this year, an independent audit of the ARC's processes around assessing and responding to foreign interference risks also concluded that these processes and responses are overwhelmingly up to task. So, Courtney, my basic message is this. Yes, there are genuine foreign interference and national security risks stemming from international research collaboration, but owing to the lobbying efforts of the likes of the national security cowboys, and I would argue insufficient political institutional leadership pushing back against that lobbying, the response we have seen in practice is not in fact proportionate, and Australia's national interest is being harmed.
James, you certainly did bring the spice, so social scientists can do these things. And I also very much appreciate your level of preparation. Direct quotes, footnotes are always very much appreciated, and certainly to highlight the human cost that I think sometimes does get lost in much of this discussion. So thank you. So Kathy, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. And I have some slides that may come up behind me. So I think as a scientist, international collaboration is part of our DNA. I work in the area, next slide please, of marsupial immunology, immunity, health and disease in our native species. You would think that that could be an area where I could limit my research to just working with other Australians, but since my PhD days, I have been collaborating internationally. And in fact, much of the work that I've done couldn't have happened without those international networks and collaborations for the intellectual contributions, but also access to critical infrastructure that at the time we didn't have in Australia. But for the last 8 years, I've also been Pro-Vice-Chancellor Global Engagement, looking after our international research partnerships at the University of Sydney. So my eyes are definitely very open to the risks that can occur when building collaborations, and we're very much focused on thinking about that when we're setting up new collaborations. But it's really my firm belief, and I'm talking now about not only individual scientists, but also universities as a whole, that we want to do the right thing. I think we all want to comply with the guidelines and the legislation, as complex as they are. And we accept the government's case that the security threats to Australia are real and increasingly sophisticated. Next slide, please. So at the University of Sydney, we've worked hard to foster a positive security culture through a principles-based approach to risk management, so we can continue to produce world-class research while, as Joan mentioned, protecting academic freedom and minimising risk. And these interactions are governed by a set of international collaboration principles that provide step-by-step advice to our researchers in line with the university values and standards. Next slide, please. We've spent a lot of time building systems that allow us to manage this risk. And I won't go through this now, but I'm happy to chat about it if you have questions. But we do a lot of due diligence around partners and personnel, and we do a lot of training. We also have a research risk committee that allows us to discuss, as Courtney said, some of those really spicy issues that do come up. Next slide, please. But we're absolutely unequivocally committed to global engagement. We regard it as fundamental to our purpose and mission as a research-intensive university, and we encourage our staff to pursue international collaborations in education and research because we honestly believe they bring benefits for everyone, for individual members of staff, for the university, for Australia, and even for the world. And most of you, and this has been brought up a couple of times today, would be very much aware of the critical role that Eddie Holmes played in sequencing the COVID genome this year during the pandemic. He worked very closely with our close partners at Fudan University to do this. And interestingly, Eddie will be speaking in Hong Kong this week, and one of the key points he'll be making is that if we don't keep collaborating, we won't be ready for the next pandemic. And the same, as we've heard today, is also true about critical issues like climate change and food security and many other areas. I'd also like to emphasise that one of the things we often overlook is the benefit that academic collaboration can play as part of maintaining dialogue between two countries when diplomatic relations are strained. And we've felt that in the last 5 years, I think. But interestingly, going back in time, in 1964, at the height of the Cold War and in the heyday of Mao's China, fully 8 years before Gough Whitlam re-established diplomatic relations with China, 4 leading members of this Australian Academy of Science, including the President, Tom Cherry, spent a month in China as guests of the Chinese equivalent. That visit was proposed by University of Sydney astronomer Wilbur Christensen. A year earlier, in September '63, Christensen had become one of the first Western scientists to set foot in communist China. And he was an extraordinary scientist who helped China build its first radio telescope. And it's interesting to speculate whether now he would be in a position to be able to do that. Now, I'm very aware that I'm talking exclusively about our relationship with China at the moment, but I think that's inevitable when the risks and rewards of engaging out China far outweigh those of our other international partners. Next slide, please. For the University of Sydney, those rewards are most visible in terms of our international students. The university welcomed its first student from China exactly 100 years ago in 1923. Now we have more than 29,000 students from mainland China who contribute more than $1 billion a year in fees. And as we've heard today, over the course of the decade, as government funding has decreased, our reliance on international student fee income has increased by more than 500%. And our share of annual revenue has gone up from 16% to approximately 45%. Now, in addition to the benefit that the university receives from these students, we've also done a study that showed that in 2022, our international students contributed $2.5 billion to the New South Wales economy. And it's not just our students, we're also very proud of our international staff and global alumni, and they're critical to our mission of being a global university. And actually, they also very much contribute to our ranking as a top 20 university in the world, because global engagement is a critical part of the ranking system as well. So over the past decade, as our Chinese student numbers have grown, so too have our collaborations with China, not only in quantity, but also quality. And collaborations with Greater China are now our second leading source of international collaboration behind the US. So of course we know that the more we collaborate, the greater the risk. And we're very much aware of China's interest and expertise in critical and emerging technologies, such as defence, robotics, AI, advanced materials, quantum and others. But we also know that China now leads the world in 37 out of the 44 technologies that ASPE are tracking. So to me, sometimes it feels like we're walking on a tightrope, and it's a difficult balancing act. But I do repeat, universities and researchers are aware of our responsibilities. We do have national interests at heart, and we do want to do the right thing. And by the way, I don't think we're alone on that tightrope. I think the Australian government is walking the same tightrope with us. Just last month, at a Five Eyes meeting, the security agencies took the unusual step of naming China as a particular threat. Next slide. But fast forward a couple of weeks, and we find our Prime Minister and President Xi Jinping meeting in Beijing, talking positively about restoring relations, and I'm very pleased to say, chatting about Tasmanian devils and pandas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and for really highlighting the efforts made to build, as you say, this positive security culture and the real practical step-by-step risk management procedures already available. If I could please turn, we'll go online now and talk to Dearmert. Are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Cool. So if my slides are up on the screen. So basically I'll be tasked today just to quickly go through different approaches to managing national security and science globally. So it's informed by some of my research looking at particularly Australia, Sweden, and the US, and now I'm at Warwick Uni, but so some of it will be about the UK, but I'll leave that to Peter as well to talk about. So next slide, please. So the broad context that I just wanted to draw attention to is about the creation of a more multipolar global science system. So it's important for a few reasons. The first is the way that this multipolar system in which scientists collaborate globally to try to meet and mitigate global challenges such as climate change or pandemics. The second point about that is that many countries such as the US and also the UK have lost their hegemony over that global science system, in which now it's much more multipolar. So countries such as China are now global leaders. So this means basically for two important reasons. The first is if national security concerns were to trump basically commitment to scientific excellence overall, it would be incredibly challenging to maintain that collaborative interests that many of these countries have in cutting-edge technologies. But as we all know, we see increasing competition around scientific collaboration, and we can see that in the way that China has rapidly increased its outputs, but also in terms of quality as well. Next slide, please. So just to show some quick trends is basically to see that one of the main ways that China has grown as a science power is basically through driving its international collaboration and engagement. So not just with major science countries such as the UK or the US, but also with small to medium science sectors such as Australia and Sweden. So they've been driven by mutual benefits in general. So while national security concerns are increasingly the focus of governments around the world and trying to reshape those collaborative linkages, in reality, since the 1980s onwards, governments and scientists and university leaders have basically seen in greater engagement with China as overwhelmingly positive. So in a new environment, how can the positives or international collaboration be protected in the face of increased national security risks? So next slide, please. And next slide. So basically what I've tried to do here is put up a quick overview of the different types of management tools that many countries across the world are using. So basically, people will be very familiar with here. So we start off with things like guidelines to guide the international collaboration across countries such as the US, Australia, the UK and Sweden. So the main goal of these is to firstly raise risk awareness of things such as national security, foreign interference, ethics and human rights. In general, these guidelines are not necessarily mandatory. So it's been a productive relationship between the university sector, such as in Australia, senior university leaders and government through information sharing and also allowing universities to protect their autonomy and their commitment to international collaboration. The other point that I want to draw attention to is one of the main differences that I'll go on to a little bit more is how in the US, Australia and the UK, it has been heavily driven by collaboration and partnership between the university sector and government. In Sweden, which is a little bit different, it's been much more ground up in terms of the research sector, academics and funding bodies have been the main drivers, with government playing a limited role. And at the same time, while there's a very big stick in the US and Australia about reshaping collaborative partnerships, particularly where the government or ministers perceive there to be national security threats, in Sweden, there's been a lot more trust from government in the university sector. So in some ways, a more positive interpretation of that is that that will allow for much more protection for institutional autonomy, academic freedom, and respecting academics to be the best place to identify and mitigate risks. A more negative or a perception is also that that means there won't be enough of a culture shift to basically try to mitigate those national security threats. If we go rightwards across, we see an increasing focus on disclosure of foreign affiliations to increase transparency. A large amount of funding now is going towards research with like-minded partners. So if we go back earlier to the slides talking about the massive increase in collaboration with China, if we see in the US, Australia, and also the UK and Sweden as part of the EU, basically governments trying to reshape those collaborative linkages. So there's still that strong commitment to international collaboration, but it's no longer a commitment at all to country agnostic research collaboration. It's not just about saying, where's the best research being done now? Let's bring together the best academics or graduate students around the world to pursue research. It's much increasingly more shaped by geopolitical interests, funding, for instance, through that Australian Research Council with stricter regulations on who can apply, especially where there's national security and defence objectives. So for the research sector, there's increasing opportunities to pursue funding, such as through the US Department of Defence, but it's becoming increasingly difficult to balance that with those national security restrictions. We're also seeing, so if we go along to more stringent export controls, again, stronger focus on controlling the technologies that can be shared globally. If we look back 10, 15 years ago, collaboration with countries such as China was much broader, with much less due diligence. And in some ways, you could say it was perhaps a little bit naive to go headfirst into collaboration with China without sufficient due diligence, but now it's swung back to a more broadly expecting much more strict expectations to restrict or put due diligence on a broad range of collaborative partnerships with China. So if we looked at something like the Blueprint for Critical Technologies in Australia, which provides increasing funding for research in areas of critical technologies such as vaccines and AI, we're seeing increased expectations from government in the university sector that they put increased due diligence checks on those. And the last one I just wanted to mention about, so while, for instance, through the UFIT guidelines, there was very important engagement between the research sector and government. One of the main ways to improve basically risk aware, but also protect institutional autonomy to advance research is through rapid and frequent government sharing of advice and information about the national security risks that universities and researchers face, and also making sure that's done in a timely way. So in the UK, they've created the Research Collaboration Advice Team, and through some of the informal conversations I've had, is that can be quite a beneficial tool for rapid information sharing, basically between the university sector and also government. So a challenge often is if with export controls, it can be quite long, the timeframes can be quite long, meaning that partnerships can be held up and also potentially producing too much of administrative burden. Next slide, please. So basically here, I just wanted to give a quick overview of if we were going to compare different approaches to national security concerns and the way of managing them with international science, we can basically see the prioritisation of national security is going to lead to much more heavy compliance. So if we look way to the right in the US, we see very strict regulations coming from their funding bodies and also the government, basically to reshape the way that universities operate and engage with China. So the most obvious reflection of that is the China Initiative, with very stringent and aggressive investigations by the FBI into university and academic collaboration and affiliations with China. And even though the FBI did not find that much evidence, in some ways it sees it as a justified pursuit to reshape the collaborative environment and really to focus much more heavily on the risks. If we go down to Sweden, for instance, on the other end, as I said, their approach has been much more driven by the research sector. Government has not wielded a big stick at all. It's been much more heavily focused on those guidelines and increasing risk awareness. So how can we find a good balance between a much stronger, say, US approach, which has been quite very heavy-handed in cracking down on China collaboration, or is Sweden's sort of more discretionary approach sufficient to identify and mitigate the risks? Next slide, please. So some of the broad global lessons. So as we all know here, openness drives excellence, but excessive government overreach and administrative burden from government and in the university sector can threaten international collaboration. Compliance is obviously necessary. We have things such as export controls and sanctions, but how can we balance that better with institutional autonomy while maintaining a commitment to international collaboration? The only safe way really to completely remove the risks is to stop collaborating internationally. But for a country such as Australia, where even countries such as the US, the UK and China heavily engage, how can we maintain a leading position? Sometimes the risk is inevitable. As I mentioned, there's going to be more opportunities to expand collaboration with like-minded partners, such as through AUKUS, especially in emerging technologies. So universities and the research sector will be able to engage with that and tap into that increasing funding. Back again, government engagement and information sharing is vital, such as the UK Research Collaboration Advice Team is an example of that, and also the need for an inclusive, socially inclusive approach. One of the biggest risks in the US has been the US-China Initiative, which unfairly targeted many people with Chinese and Asian heritage, basically in many ways destroying their academic careers and also creating a chill without any basis at all in evidence. So for a university sector such as Australia, which is highly internationalised, it's very important to have an inclusive approach just for for social justice reasons, but also as a way to drive excellence as Australia relies on an internationalised and diverse workforce. And just to the next slide, please. So just to finish off, these are some of the things to consider. So the idea of need for principled international engagement. So if we think back 10 years ago, perhaps those principles were not front of mind for the university sector or government, but need to prioritise values of academic freedom, ethics, human rights, research excellence, and of course, national security. The best way to go forward is increasing risk awareness and transparency. So that includes at the ground level, up from graduate students and undergraduate students, all the way up to senior university leaders. Basically, government does not have enough resources to constantly give it help universities, and there needs to be sufficient expertise across the research sector to manage these risks. The third point I just wanted to identify, especially for Australia, is how to increase defence research, such as through increased engagement with the US, while engaging with key research partners such as China. Global engagement in learning is key. I've just tried to briefly overview how no country really has the perfect mix. On the one hand, we have the US, which was very heavy-handed, but at the same time, perhaps one of the best benefits is that it's massively increased funding for science, at least in different areas, such as emerging technology. For Sweden, it may have a stronger focus on academic freedom, but also perhaps not adequately identifying and mitigating those risks. So it's important to have these kind of forums to learn from different parties around the world. And as is the theme of this conference, just wanted to emphasise again that these global challenges, such as pandemics or climate change, will only be solved by global collaboration, especially for a country such as Australia, which is heavily reliant on that. Thanks.
Diarmuid, thank you very much for the detailed overview across a number of country cases, and especially expanding out this management toolkit, and the reminder again about having a socially inclusive set of responses. So saving the best for last, Peter, the floor is yours. Thank you.
No pressure then. Thanks very much for that. Nice to see everybody, particularly nice to see my friend Kathy Beloff. Nice to see you, Kathy. I wish I could be there with you. My pleasure in joining is tempered a little bit by the fact that it's 11 minutes past 3 in the UK, so I've got up early for you. I really enjoyed listening to the other presentations, and the advantage of speaking last is I can comment on some of the other things that have been said, and I agree with quite a lot that's been said. So first of all, Joan's points on academic freedom, I'll come back to that because I have a view on academic freedom and how it fits in, and I'll say that at the end. James's presentation I really enjoyed. I like the spice, and I'll try and add a bit of spice myself. One bit of spice I might add is that when we in the UK are thinking about how not to do it, lots of people talk about Australia. And so I think for the reasons that James outlined, and again, I'll enlarge on that a little bit. Kathy's outline I thought was excellent. I mean, and I would say that the position of the University of Edinburgh is very similar to the position of the University of Sydney. I mean, we, like most British research-intensive universities, I think would outline the complexities of what we're trying to deal with in a very similar way. Absolute commitment to international collaboration, absolute commitment to taking some risks, big partnerships with China, but also recognition that there are risks and that we need to listen to those people that understand risk. And then I thought David's analysis of the different countries was really fascinating. The only thing I can add to what he was saying, two things I'd add. I mean, one, if the data that James outlined about the smaller proportion of grants involving collaboration with China from Australia, if that continues to be the case, then you can expect to see that publication curve that Diarmuid showed tailing off. There'll be a lag phase, but obviously for a while it'll carry on going up, but you can expect to see that coming down. So that's a risk that Australia is currently taking, I think. And the second thing I just wanted to comment on was the similarities between what Diarmuid described about Sweden and my own experience of Germany. So I've been invited to advise the German government and the German Academy on some aspects of international security, and their approach is very similar to Sweden. So very much led by scientists, not really involving government. You understand the system of government's very complicated in Germany because they've got a federal government and then they've got regional, provincial governments. But they're relying on the funding agencies and the responsibility of the scientists to police themselves. And that's not the approach that's being taken in the UK, the US, or Australia. But it did look quite similar to me. I don't know much about Sweden, but certainly Germany looks similar. So A little bit about the UK. So David kindly mentioned RCAT, the Research Collaboration Advisory Team. I have quite a lot to do with them. So the two things that used to bother people in the UK. So firstly, we in universities used to complain that you can't speak with a joined up voice to government. You get a different message from different government departments on the same topic. And sometimes you get a different message from the same government department on different days, or you talk to a different person. So that was very frustrating. And also, we didn't have much opportunity to talk to the security services, what we in the UK now call NPSA, the National Protective Security Authority, colloquially known as MI5. They were a bit sort of shadowy, and we didn't get much chance to talk to them. And those things have been addressed by the creation of the Research Collaboration Advisory Team, RCAT. This is a government departmental initiative. It's led by a man called David Mosley, who's very sensible, does understand risk, and does understand the importance of research and innovation to the British economy and to our reputation globally. So he's made the right stuff. They have offices all over the UK. The Russell Group, which is the group of 24 research-intensive universities in the UK, has recently collected some feedback on how RCAT's doing. And this is a bit sensitive, so please don't disseminate what I'm about to say, because it hasn't yet been fed back to RCAT. But there are some criticisms of what RCAT's doing. So everyone welcomes it. Everyone thinks it's better than it was before, because we have a single portal of entry into government and security services. But there's a concern that the advice they give is very generic and that it's very slow. And so the desire for rapidity has not really been solved by RCAT, because obviously it's complicated. They've got to ask lots of different departments for a view. So those things need to be addressed, and RCAT are conscious of those, and they will, I'm sure, consider how to address them. What government and security services used to complain about is how do they talk to universities? Who do they talk to? Do they talk to university presidents? Do they talk to PwC Research? Do they talk to the International Office? Do they talk to the research managers? Who do they talk to? And the group that I chair now for Universities UK and Russell Group was aimed at trying to solve that problem, trying to provide a single portal of entry into the university sector. I think it's working quite well. I get very good access to the security services. I get very good access to government. And I think I understand now what they're worried about. They're basically worried about three things. They're worried about IP theft. They're worried about dual use. So in other words, the use of a technology for something other than it's originally intended, and its use for a malign or particularly military purpose. And they worry about espionage. And they don't really know how to deal with those worries, but they worry about them. And they think universities should worry more about them than they currently do. And they're sort of trying to put some of the worry onto us. My mission in my role has been to try and deter the government from thinking that the first mechanism for trying to achieve a reduction of risk is to reach for legislation. Australia seems to us to have done that. The United States seems to us to have done that as well. And whereas in the UK we do have legislation and we've got more coming, but I have had a chance to debate it and get involved before the legislation is finalised. And there have been one or two examples of where I've had an opportunity, I think, to avoid them doing something which would have otherwise had unintended consequences. So there is good dialogue between university sector, government and security services in the UK, but it's far from perfect. The other thing which frustrates me about all this is the China specificity. So government and diplomatic services in the UK always want to be what they call actor agnostic. So they always want to say, we're not talking about China, we're talking about risk in general. And that risk can be applied to China, but actually there are other risks as well. Now, of course, I accept that there are plenty of other risks, but in terms of scale and in terms of risk and in terms of working with an authoritarian government and in terms of the scale of collaborations with China, and also, as Kathy said, the huge dependence on international student recruitment from China, which is true for Edinburgh and many other universities in the UK, then the risk in China is disproportionately great in my view, and I think we should acknowledge that. MIT have produced a very good document on working with China. If anyone hasn't read it, I'd recommend it. It's on their website. It's very good. It's called something imaginative like Working with China, and it's a good document that comes from the viewpoint of we want to work with China, but there are risks in doing so. So let's understand those risks and see how we can mitigate them. Whereas there's an equivalent German document that's much more about, oh, it's so difficult and risky, therefore we probably shouldn't work with China because it's all too difficult. I do worry about the UK. There's one Russell Group University, I won't name it, but there's one that's recently said that its academics are now refusing to work with China. They are self-censoring in exactly the way that James highlighted at the beginning. So that's not what we want, and I don't think it's actually what the security services want either. I've never been told by anybody that we should stop taking risks. I've been told that we should listen to them and we should work with them, but they recognise that we need to take risks. So I don't think they want us to stop taking risks. James, if it's any comfort, we have cowboys in the UK as well. We don't actually call them cowboys, but I quite like that terminology. And as you rightly said, they're in think tanks, they're in Parliament, and they're definitely in the media. And I've been told by very senior people that I can expect an upsurge in the anxiety about international security in the next 12 months because we have a general election coming. So that's not because there's any perceived increased risk, but it's because there's increased political game playing and point scoring. And we can expect to see that step up in the UK in the next 12 months. So you can imagine I'm really looking forward to that. And then finally, just on academic freedom, I just wanted to come back to that point. The line I take when I'm talking about academic freedom, when I'm talking to colleagues either in my own university or in other universities, is that the work that we're doing is aimed at protecting your academic freedom, not at restricting it. So we're trying to understand why someone might want to stop you doing what you're doing, and we want to try and prevent them from doing that. So we want them to understand the benefits. We want them to take proportionate measures to risk. And if we can do those things effectively, we will protect academic freedom. So I think this idea that we're aiming to restrict academic freedom is always going to lead to defensive behaviours on the part of universities and individual academics. The more we can say that what we're doing is to try and understand what might limit their academic freedom and head it off at the pass, if you like, the better, and the more likely we are to get engagement, in my view. So I'll stop at that point, but it's been great to listen to the other viewpoints.
Thank you so much, Peter, for that sort of comprehensive overview about the attempts to try and create a single focal point for both sides to be able to communicate effectively. And I think we're in a position now to invite Frances back up to help moderate the session for the remaining 10 minutes that we have on the floor. And Frances will know the exact protocols to please remind everyone when you do get the mic to give your name and affiliation and to keep your questions brief.
Put me out of a job. Okay. So thank you. Yes, you know the protocol. Please get ready to start asking questions. Give your name and affiliation. Mic will come to those on the floor. There's mic upstairs, and there's someone to repeat the questions online. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed for your presentation. It's a very exciting moment, and the debate's been very helpful. I just wanted a couple of comments. My name's Peter Yates. I chair the Royal Institution and the Australian Science Media Centre, but I also chair the Faculty of Business and Economics at Melbourne University, the Centre for Quantum Computing at UNSW, and the Centre for Personalised Immunology at ANU. Now, why do I mention those things? Because there's three issues that I think we need to be aware of that are important here. First of all, the reason we have such a large majority, a large group of international students, those numbers, 50% of all those students are in the faculties of business and economics, probably 60%. So in fact, what's happened here in Australia is we take in students into the faculty economics departments. That then funds the rest of the universities. And the reason why we have this issue was a decision that was made by the federal government a long time ago to get rid of full fee paying domestic students. So I just want to make sure that we understand the debate here is that the faculties of economics actually are the largest funding agencies for the universities, and the largest group of those are from China. So I would actually argue the Chinese mums and dads are funding Australian research, so why shouldn't they get a return on that, on the issue of spice? Yeah, I mean, they are the funders of it. They are the largest group of funders of it. Second issue is the economics of doing research. At the Centre for Personalised Immunology, our largest partner is Ronji Hospital in Shanghai, and we weren't able to get the funding we needed here in Australia. It was amazingly funded out of Ronji. There's a huge population to do genetic research, and that was a huge asset to us and continues to be. So being able to collaborate with China, with its scale and its people, is exceptionally important. And then the third issue is the Centre for Quantum Computing. It is a very vexed issue as to how we deal with the intersection between fundamental research and defence research. And I applaud the conversation, but we mustn't forget that we need long-term fundamental research in this country, wherever we get it from.
So Courtney said that was more of a comment than a question.
It is a true academic conference when these things happen, but very welcome comments. Thank you very much. Thank you, Peter.
So Viv, do you have a question online?
Yes, this one is from Maria Reutman from the University of Melbourne. Question to James. Could the drop-in named Chinese collaborators on ARC grants not be a result of self-censorship by Australian academics in response to foreign arrangements and other legislation, rather than a leading indicator of decreasing collaborations, especially if there's no advantage but a perceived jeopardy to their project to naming co-authors? How can this be overcome?
Yes, sorry, so the question is are there more factors at play other than just self-censorship that's driving those that fall in collaborations? I have no doubt that it's multifactorial, as it always is. And I think, one of the reasons why those numbers are falling is because universities are taking risk more seriously. So I want to be really clear, right? I think if we went back 5 or 10 years ago, I think it would be a fair point to say that generally speaking, the research sector didn't know their partner in China as well as they should have. They weren't as alive as to risks as they should have, right? So I expect some of the pullback in collaboration with China reflects a genuine assessment of risk. But we have gone from 80 to 15. Right? That is extraordinary, and I just find it very, very hard to believe that that's anything other than, that's not just reflecting a serious assessment of risk. And I think that the comment in the question was, is that going to lead to a tailing off in collaboration down the track?
How do I overcome this, was the question.
How do I overcome it? Well, this is where I just don't see any other way around this other than greater political and institutional leadership pushing back against this stuff. I mean, I really applaud the Australian Academy of Sciences, for example, getting this symposium together where these alternative voices can be raised. Because let me be clear, folks, I play in this game, I've played in this game, this space for a decade. If you don't raise your voices, I guarantee you these national security cowboys will steamroll you. Right? They will absolutely steamroll you. They have an agenda. They want to cut ties with China. They don't appreciate all the benefits. They only see risks. So if you guys don't do it, no one else will.
Courtney will add a comment then.
I just want to thank James for his comments and thank the question, the person who asked the question. I think there's also this broader political context, just like the ambassador's remarks last night reminded us. And I'd like to point out the other unspoken actor we have not focused on as much has been the United States. There was reference by Diarmuid about the China initiative, the very woeful outcomes, certainly of huge professional and great professional, personal and reputational cost to those unfairly targeted by that particular scheme. But I think we have to also recognize, as much as James has grounds to point out anxieties about self-censorship, there is also this much broader conversation, as the ambassador pointed out, that is going on around us now. You can read the guidance of the National Defense Authorization Act, the CHIPS Act. Again, they're very specific at this point, talking about US-based higher education institutions, but we do have to recognize that this is going to be a political priority for certain players within the US system, and there is this open question mark, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but this question about this extraterritoriality. If you have your network stretching through the US, into Australia, into China, and you are making decisions on these big, tortuous applications for ARC grants, I think that is also something weighing over you. And I think as much as the previous panel has pointed out the benefits of maintaining open communication and hoping that our officials working within embassies and elsewhere are doing so, I think further discussion to try and understand the actual targets of legislation and the actual intent will be very important, beyond just the two-player game, but really looking at almost a strategic triangle now, the outcomes of where that direction's moving, at least the intention at this point in time. Thank you.
Just want to check if there was a question down the front first, and then we'll take the one at the back. Thank you. Thanks, Courtney.
Just 2 points. One, Lydia Morawska from the Queensland University of Technology. Benefits of working with other countries and specifically in China. We had that one example that some intellectual property was stolen. Now, we don't realize how important things, values, take our collaborators or former students to other countries. I have 6 past former students, PhD students from China. We closely work together, and I can assure everybody that we share the same values. Those students, those collaborators who spend time here, take with them our values. Isn't this the biggest benefit Maybe sometimes something somewhere is stolen, but this take in this is very important. And the second point is that in these conversations over the last 2 days, several times cybersecurity was mentioned as a part of this general threat. Well, yesterday ports were affected. At the end of last year, QT was subjected to cyber attack, and for weeks then we were kind of in some areas brought to standstill. Now, this didn't have anything to do with our collaboration with anybody. This was just IT issue. Now, what I've heard, and I don't have evidence for this, I haven't seen budget, but what I've heard about our IT and IT from other universities, that they are understaffed, underpaid. So perhaps this should be more of a focus in terms of national security to better fund this area, to better protect us against cybersecurity, cyber attacks, not stop our collaborations.
And again, Lydia, they sound like very good points and comments. Would you agree?
Yeah, look, I think resources to support universities in all of this work is important. I think universities are very stretched when it comes to having support for a lot of these activities, you know, both cyber and also just general due diligence processes around national security. So I think additional resources would be very welcome. But I think given the constraints that we all work in, we're doing our best to make it happen at the moment.
One last question.
Thanks very much, Alan Gamlin, ANU. I wanted to just pick up on the point that was made in the first question, or first comment, and in the one just now. So, to the extent that foreign interference through our scientific community is an issue, it's clear that one of the major reasons it has become an issue is because of the reliance of our scientific community on funding from foreign governments, and particularly China through international students and collaborations. So that points to a wider governance issue, I think, in science, in academia in this country, and in fact, you know, we all remember, you know, as recently as sort of 5 or 6 years ago, the well-worn path that vice-chancellors and the executives of our university were wearing to Beijing and Shanghai to seek Chinese collaborations and money. So this paradigm of reliance on that external money instead of our own government's money is, to an extent, I think it would be fair to say, a symptom of the lack of independence that the Academy has from government in this country. So it's a long-winded introduction to a simple question, which is, how do we increase the independence of the Academy in this country from government and from other governments abroad, so that it can continue to maintain its independence, its autonomy as a scientific community?
I think it's a great question. I think all of us want full funding for research in Australia, full funding for our students as well. And unfortunately, we don't have that at the moment. I know at our university, for every dollar that we bring in from government funding, from industry funding, we need to supplement that with $1.50 to be able to fully cover the costs of research, because the overheads and the on costs aren't covered. And that money, as we heard before, is coming through the revenues we raise through international students. So I think there needs to be a fundamental shift in the way that research is funded in Australia. I know the Academy of Science and other bodies are doing great work lobbying, but that's going to be a fundamental shift to the way that we support our universities to be able to achieve it. And I think it is something that we should all be pushing for, to be able to you know, get to a point where our universities receive the funding that they really need to function properly without dependencies on external factors.
Frances, could I make a comment? There's
Voice
Peter here
coming from
online.
somewhere.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Peter
sorry.
Madsen here. Yeah.
Please go ahead, Peter. Sorry.
Sorry, it's difficult to know if there's a delay. I didn't want to interrupt anybody, but I wanted to make 2 points. I mean, firstly, I try this argument on the government as well. If you're so worried about security, then fund universities properly and fund research properly. I mean, I think it's worth making the argument, but it's not going to change anytime soon, certainly in the UK, and probably not in the US. So I think realistically, we have to deal with the present situation. We understand why we have these dependencies. We're frustrated by the inadequacies of public funding for research and for home students. And we should certainly carry on making those arguments. And bodies like the Australian Academy of Science definitely should be an authoritative voice making those arguments. But it isn't going to solve the problem in the short term. So I think we need to be realistic about that. The other point I wanted to make is that one thing, I've just come back from the US and I had some quite high-level meetings with people in the State Department and the National Science Foundation. And I have a bit of an understanding of what they're doing there. One thing they're doing better than either Australia or Britain is they're funding the sector to address these issues. So they're putting up research programs to support academics to study international security risk, including, in some cases, getting security clearance for low-level clearance for some people in universities. We're not doing that in the UK yet, and I don't think, as far as I know, you're doing it in Australia. So there's a bit of a sense that we're expected not just to fund the work of the university and the research, but also to fund the risk-benefit analysis that we need to undertake around international security. The United States, the National Science Foundation and others are funding that themselves, and they are training, they're providing training, and they're providing security clearance. And I think one thing that we're working on our government here in the UK to try and do is to try and copy some of that. So there are some things that other countries that we think are very authoritative are actually doing that we should probably be seeking to mimic.
Thank you, Peter. I was going to ask you a question about what not to do in Australia, but we've run out of time. And I particularly think you welcome and Diamond the 3:30 a.m. Start or end of your day. So thank you, everybody. And I'd like to sincerely thank, I'll start from Peter, Diamond, Kathy, James, and Courtney for such a great panel discussion. Thank you very much. Okay, I'd now like to introduce the next panel of speakers who will discuss their experience in international scientific collaboration and outline global interdependencies that enable the delivery of science to support the global systems of our society. To highlight the critical role of science and technology in solving global challenges, I'm pleased to invite Professor Steven Chown, Director of Securing Antarctica's Environmental Future at Monash University and co-convener of this symposium. He's put far more work into this than I have, but I've got the floor. And Dr. Vaughan Turikian, Executive Director of Policy and Global Affairs Division at the National Academy of Sciences, who's travelled from Washington to be with us today. And Professor Jackie True, Director of the ARC Centre of Excellence for the Elimination of Violence Against Women at Monash University. And joining us online from Silicon Valley, Dr. Marcus Doherty, co-founder and Chief Scientific Officer at Quantum Brilliance Proprietary Limited. So over to you, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, Frances. It is right towards the middle of the afternoon, so we are kind of in a spot that, at least for myself, is often a slump, being a morning person, but I hope that if you have that slump, you can just pick yourself a little out of it. I'm particularly mindful that Vaughan is probably somewhere in the middle of the night. He joined us here in person from the US, but only 2 days ago, so thank you for that, Vaughan. We've heard a great deal about international scientific collaboration and the risks that it brings, and this session in particular is thinking of global challenges. And we've heard a few of those global challenges already, but I thought it might be worth our while thinking them through generally in the context of the research we do and the kinds of challenges we face. So global challenges are not new. We have ethics, science, and myths that have all been developed at various times to help us overcome them. But I think we live in a time where things are really quite different now. So to me, the following example stood out quite starkly. We've never had 8.1 billion people on Earth. we've never routinely breathed 419 parts per million of carbon dioxide. The rate and magnitude of warming now are unusual relative to the last 24,000 years, and the UN put out a report saying that governments intend to still be producing twice the amount of fossil fuels than are necessary to have warming limited to 1.5 degrees by 2030. That's our ambition. Almost no environment is free from human products. You can find plastics in Antarctica or the deep oceans if you look for them. From a different perspective, we're producing about 1.5 million research papers per year, and that rate is growing at 5% per annum. Our choices tend to privilege the few over the many. If you listen to the rhetoric generally in the media and in social media in particular, we have very simple dichotomies coming to predominate, many of which can be summed up as us versus them. And that's true in this environment as well, and it's not helpful given that much of our experience is in fact becoming multilateral and multipolar. And finally, one that we haven't spoken about a great deal, but has been touched on, is that expertise is decried by those whose lives will be most disadvantaged by its death. And I think these are all challenges that face us and that can only be overcome by collaborations among scholars, citizens, and nations. And I think we're aware of that and the fact that such collaboration brings risk. We've heard of those risks today, and we've heard that they're significant. So we have to think through these questions because grand challenges, global challenges, will only be overcome by collaborations. And the panel here today, our job is to think through some of these thoughts and touch on several of the questions. So as is the case with our other panels, I'm going to ask each of our panel members to discuss some of these matters from their perspective. We'll take some interventions after the discussions, and then we'll see if we can arrive at least at a conclusion or a set of new ideas for you, given that you've heard so much today already. So Vaughan, over to you, if we can start with yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, and it's a great pleasure to be here. As you mentioned, I may be someplace over the Pacific in my time scale, so I'm maybe sometime around 9 p.m. In my mind. But it is really a great pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to see so many colleagues that I actually have not seen in some time, but also to meet so many new colleagues. And obviously the dinner last night was absolutely wonderful. I know this is a very difficult slot to speak. We're sort of the penultimate panel or the penultimate organization, so hopefully we can be a little bit provocative in our conversation, so I'll keep my opening remarks quite short. You know, I'm going to sort of talk about 3 Ds. It sort of sounds a little bit, make me like my freshman report card. De-risking, defunding, and decoupling. And let me put these in sort of the different frameworks in which I've been thinking about this. We've heard over and over today, and in fact, I think the lexicon that you hear often in any kind of a diplomatic space around these topics is the terminology de-risking, or de-risking or risk and everything else. And I think one of the things that we need to be thoughtful about, and I really appreciate this conference because I think this is really started to get to a lot of this, and you're hearing this in different places, is that de-risking itself is oftentimes in the eye of the beholder. You talk to a national security community in the terminology around risk, and therefore what is being de-risked is actually driven by where they sit and what their sets of risk tolerance is. You sit within a scientific community who maybe looks at different issues related to climate change, pandemics, other areas where science underpins an understanding and knowledge system, and de-risking means actually something a little bit different. As you mentioned, Stephen, there are lots of issues related to the environment, whether it's the Antarctic, whether it's sea level rise, which we heard in an earlier panel, whether it's pandemics, whether it's even sort of aging. All these things, aging comes with risk. And to better understand that and to build up a framework of knowledge that can then be brought to action requires that risk be addressed. We de-risk our understanding of these problems. What we're seeing is now a collision of the two communities. There was a very famous report about 50 years ago by C.P. Snow called, forget that, the two cultures, which was about bridging two different cultures within a university. There are so many cultures when we talk about this de-risking space that we actually have to understand it. And one of the questions that we often ask when we talk to our colleagues in the diplomatic and national security community is, how do we understand risk in a way that we can better deal with it amongst all of our spaces? If you're looking at risk in one area and that's your focus, are you missing risk in someplace else? I think everybody would like to get de-risking. We just need to better understand what those look like. And so I think that any kind of effort that can be done to bring together those communities is part of a de-risking in and of itself. So at the academies, which is where I currently work, we've had an effort to try to bring together the national security community, the research community, the university community, the law enforcement community, and other stakeholders around a dialogue to say, what are the risks? What are the various implications of different policies on that risk? And what are ways that we can think about de-risking in a more holistic manner? So I think that's an area, at least a jumping off point. Let me touch briefly on defunding, because again, it's a terminology that gets more thrown around maybe in the United States in recent years. But one of the challenges I see in that, again, coming up in this conversation here, coming up in a lot of the discussions that we have around in the United States, is if we are going to build collaborations, if we're going to build those sustained collaborations, particularly with countries where there may be a political risk or geopolitical risk, it's oftentimes limited not by the desire by the scientist and not even by the connections and the problems that can be identified. It's oftentimes limited by the funding priorities and the funding limitations that come from agencies that control the funding for the scientific community. So understanding what that funding regime looks like in the future, understanding where there are ways to work with funding agencies to articulate the de-risking, and what that means is actually really important. Finally, let me come to sort of the area where I'll spend a little bit of time, which is in this idea of decoupling. Decoupling is another term that gets thrown around in the political world, in the foreign policy world. Let me actually put it in a different context. I worry almost every day about a decoupling in society that's taking place. I think, Stephen, you actually started to allude to it, and Jackie, you're an expert in this, so I'm actually going to just sort of feel my way around it. But what we are seeing more and more is a decoupling in society from those that are viewed as being the quote-unquote elites and those that are viewed as being the populace. And that isn't just the case in the traditional global north. We see this around the world. Oftentimes, it is broken down from those that live in more urban and peri-urban regions and those that live in rural areas. And that decoupling of society, the area where you're seeing the impacts oftentimes of climate change, I think, Stephen, you alluded to it absolutely perfectly, those that actually depend upon some of the knowledge are actually the least likely to sort of support it, knowledge creation. There is a real concern that you're going to see a fraying of society. And I will tell you, it doesn't make a difference where you are. It's going to exist everywhere. And what you see, therefore, is a rising tide of populism. So let me give an example. Somebody cannot believe in climate change at all. Just fundamentally think climate change is the biggest hoax. We don't talk about climate change. We don't care about climate change. And yet they're most vulnerable to the implications of climate change. The result is they are facing many more burdens than oftentimes those that may actually believe that there is such a thing as climate change and take sort of adaptive action. And that results in a greater decoupling of society. That decoupling of society can have huge implications, politically, economically, and geopolitically. And I think as a society, we're going to have to face that as a scientific community, as those that sort of sit oftentimes in rooms like this and talk to each other. We have a great capability of all saying something and either falling asleep or nodding or checking our emails, but we actually are not actually doing as helpful a job in engaging much more actively externally to try to bridge that divide. So if I were to say where we are in all these areas, whether it's defunding, de-risking, and decoupling, all of these are actually going to require us in all the communities to find different parts of the system and determining the best mechanisms to build those bridges and connections. Because that's ultimately how progress is going to be made in these topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughan. Marcus, I'm aware also you're at an odd time of day for us, being abroad. We really appreciate you being with us today. So could I ask you to have your comments for us now too, please?
Absolutely, Stephen. It's a tremendous pleasure to address the Academy today. So I'd like to bring two perspectives to this conversation. So the first one is the perspective from a person working in the emergent industry of quantum technology as one of those emerging technologies that could help and address the grand challenges, which is the topic of this panel session, and the encumbrances and also opportunities that are being experienced by the field of quantum technology. The second perspective is one where I fortunately occupy three predominant professions at the same time. So I'm an academic at the Australian National University. I'm an entrepreneur and a chief scientist in quantum brilliance. And I'm also a colonel within the Australian Army, where I lead Army's quantum technology strategy. And so I can see each of the different perspectives in wrestling with a dilemma with quantum technology. That dilemma is one that faces many emerging technologies which have strategic implications, and that is the dilemma of promote versus protect. To promote the development of the technology to achieve its economic and society benefits, whilst also protecting the technology to secure your interest, whether it be economic or security, and ensuring that your nation derives what it can in terms of securing its prosperity and its security. So let me give a little bit of a brief introduction to quantum technology and why it's facing this particular dilemma, and then some of the root causes around this dilemma and possible avenues to the restitution. So quantum technologies are a suite and a very diverse set of technologies generally categorized into sensing, computing, communications. They harness the quantum physics that happen at the very small scales of matter in order to do things that current technologies can't in each of those domains. They're inherently dual use. So quantum sensors that can be used to detect the nickel and copper deposits that we need to fuel the electrification of the world can also be used to detect submarines or military vehicles under canopies. The quantum computers that can address and solve advanced computational chemistry problems in the more distant future can be used to identify drugs and other therapeutics, as well as new catalysts for more efficient growth of fertilizer for the world's agriculture. But those same quantum computers in that more distant future can be used to crack code or to optimize the logistics of defense forces. And so these technologies have this potential for strategic, economic, societal, but also defense and security implications. The trouble is, as an emergent technology, you don't really know what applications are going to be those killer applications where these technologies make a grand difference. You don't really know what advantage they will actually deliver and what requirements those technologies have to deliver those advantages, and exactly when in the future you can predict those deliveries. And you're also in this precipice of being translated from research into industry. And so at this emergent phase, if you're a national security professional, you have to ask yourself, how do I protect this thing that I actually don't know exactly what it's going to be used for or the requirements that it has to be actually deliver on that use case that I'm concerned about? As an investor or as a government body seeking to promote this, you're also struggling to find exactly where is my best bets played and where should they be in order to maximize the return. As a researcher, you are desperately trying to work out how to make this technology actually work and identify those applications and find that value. And in amongst all of this, there is the profound realization that no single nation actually has the full suite of capabilities in order to realize these technologies. So, for example, my company, Quantum Brilliance, operates across four countries. We operate across 4 countries because those 4 countries have different capabilities that we need to piece together to produce our quantum technologies. So in this world where no single country has the means in order to realize these technologies that can help solve the grand challenges, and one where you have to make judgments and calls on how much do you protect and try to constrain the growth of that technology and how it's shared with others, but also invest in it in order to bring value. And so this is the situation in quantum technologies. The single greatest thing to help this dilemma is that investment in learning what to use it for and the requirements that it has for it. For example, in Australia, we have the Australian Army that is focusing on foresighting those applications for quantum technology. In doing so, it is working out what are the actual military use cases for quantum technology, and thus being able to inform national security professionals and other agencies about, okay, what are those applications we're trying to protect so that we can have it for a security advantage, but also others don't have it in order that they can be used against us. I think the greatest thing then beyond that is a recognition that we have to work together, that to realize these technologies, we are going to have to work with other nations. And we need to find a way in order to take a very complicated supply chain and technology stack and be able to share that and segment that so that we can each prosper, and mutually we're dependent upon each other for achieving the technologies and its benefits for all. In that way, we gain security because we have a part of that global supply chain that we can control and we can deliver on. But we can also gain prosperity for controlling that part of supply chain. But we also benefit from the other people who together we can realize those end technologies and those use cases. So with that, I'll hand back to you, Steve.
Thank you, Marcus. You've raised some critical points for us to consider, and in particular from your perspective, wearing essentially 3 different hats and bringing it together in one person. So thank you, that's been very helpful. Jackie, over to you.
Thanks so much, Stephen. I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this debate today and this panel as a social scientist, and perhaps just to echo the President of the Academy, global challenges are too big and too complex to be tackled from a single perspective alone. We need every perspective and scholarly activity, especially to bring to bear on pressing global challenges like climate change. I'd like to just highlight some of perhaps the less obvious impacts of climate change on peace and security. And I think these impacts illustrate why we need more, not less, collaboration with those from the non-like-minded parts of the world. And just echoing your point, Stephen, about those most affected but also left out. So just to give a few examples from my own research, including new research in the Pacific Islands. So climate extremes affect peace and security. But let me just give you an example here. So rising temperatures in the Pacific Islands affect women's productive activities and their contributions to family and community livelihoods, so food security. But a direct result for them is domestic violence. And so the impetus to address climate change for them is to stop the violence. And so whose security is at stake here? Is it national security, the territory of the Pacific Islands, states and communities? No, it's also everyday security, and in this context, what I might call gender security. So with an example like this, I think what it suggests is that when we talk about stepping up science diplomacy, we need to talk about it in the most broad way possible in terms of forging collaborations among researchers from different scholarly settings, but also with other types of knowledges and communities who are in those contexts most affected by global climate change, but also other global challenges that tend to be compounded by climate change, so pandemics, gender-based violence, which frequently do come together. And so that means also engaging with and collaborating with those who are bearers of customary knowledge, traditional knowledge, Indigenous knowledge, everyday knowledge. That is more important than ever before, I would argue, to understand the impacts of climate change and how to adapt and mitigate those impacts in ways that are sensitive to the complexity of cultures and those locally specific forms of knowledge and knowledge transfer. And I think that is a huge challenge for us. But what I'd like to say, and to really come back to perhaps this national global security point, is that if we don't step up our collaborations with non-traditional forms of knowledge, and in those countries that are not in the graphs that we've seen today, other actors are going to step in, and they already are. So one of the big issues in the world affecting our security is not just the state actors, as was mentioned by our colleague from Home Affairs this morning. It's actually non-state actors and extremist groups that are rising within every country and context in the world. And as soon as we have a climate-induced disaster, and I'm thinking of Indonesia, Philippines, parts of the Pacific, actors are coming in there right away to provide security, material security, livelihoods, and they come with their own belief systems. And let me tell you that those belief systems are not based on science. They're not based on international collaboration, and they're not consensus forms of knowledge. So I'd like to just slightly reframe the question that we have in an contested world from de-risking scientific collaborations to rethinking global and local collaborations and supporting those collaborations to address medium to long-term insecurity and polarization. In that regard, I'm on the same page with Vaughan with regard to decoupling. And in the work I'm doing with colleagues, with researchers and civil society organisations across Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands, we are seeking to build collaborations with local universities and research institutions, but also with civil society groups and community-based organisations, including Indigenous organisations. And here, all of these groups have limited access to finance and developmental support. So they're relying, it's really important what we are doing to actually understand the problems together in order to most effectively reduce their impacts. So, and we're trying to do this with regard to understanding the impacts, for example, of climate change on the domestic violence, all types of violence, including political violence. And I think that this is most essential at this time when we're all aware of increasing instability and needing to strengthen those sources of stability within and across countries. And of course, the scientific community has such an important role to play because, the world is our oyster, and we can bring a more inclusive approach to problems that I think can be part of the solutions. And again, I think this really strongly relates to the President's key points about some of the advantages of international scientific collaborations. Building networks and scientific capacity in our region actually will bring significant benefits. And I think I would like to put my voice on the side of the benefits rather than the risks.
Thank you, Jackie. That was most useful. Before we get into a more substantive discussion amongst ourselves and yourselves here today, I would like to follow up with some remarks about previous solutions. We are not in a space, as we've already heard today, that's entirely unusual. And the background to this is that I trained as a biologist and have worked for some years in the science policy space in the Antarctic Treaty System. So for those of you who are not aware, it's essentially the system of governance for 60 degrees south and southwards. It varies a little with a convention that has to do with Antarctic marine living resources. There are 4 agreements that form this system, but the main one, the Antarctic Treaty, was negotiated in the lead up to 1959 when it was signed, and it's a demilitarization agreement, as Jagadish made clear. It prohibits military activity in the Antarctic, and it prohibits nuclear proliferation. There are basically no nukes in Antarctica. There was one, and it was removed. The continent is, as a consequence of these agreements, devoted to peace, and that's actually a matter of debate, what peace includes. Peace might also include, for example, substantial economic activity. It's devoted to science and to conservation, and those are essentially the underpinnings of this agreement. You'll appreciate that it was actually agreed in a very difficult time, the 1950s, and yet it was agreed. And the science that then came from those agreements has persisted ever since. It's persisted among nations that typically disagree among themselves about almost everything else. Some have now turned with envious eyes to what the resources are that can be exploited in the region. And that is putting governance, scientific capability, and soft diplomacy at substantial risk. So in a sense, I think the Antarctic is something of an exemplar and bellwether. We have this exemplar status since we really know how to collaborate despite difficulties. We have a system that's worked extremely well. We've learned how to agree to disagree about our politics. We've learned how to appreciate our different cultural perspectives. And we've developed the know-how to negotiate quite sensitive dual-use concerns. What I think we haven't done, and the lessons would apply to the Arctic, to the deep oceans, to space, and to some other areas of our work, is to figure out how to draw out these lessons for our current challenges. And I think, in a sense, there's a lot to be learned from the way we've worked previously and the way we've continued to work. And I think there's a significant opportunity that lies here, and in the context of global challenges, we really need to take it. As Nerali Abram made clear this morning, we don't actually have a lot of time to work out these difficulties. It seems far away and distant all the time, unless you work in the region and you hear the West Antarctic ice sheet's basically gone, and you think to yourself, I wonder what that really means for us. Well, it means 5 meters of sea level rise. It's fine if you're in Canberra. There's going to be no problems for you, except maybe the weather changes that will affect droughts and fires. But certainly you wouldn't want to be living in St Kilda in Melbourne. So I think with that perspective, we have a great deal of opportunity to learn from the past. We have a lot of challenges that are really new to us, and we need some critical thinking about it. And I think we have the opportunity here in this final panel to have some of that discussion. So I'm going to open it with to the floor for some questions, but I thought, if I may, I'd lead off with one. And that one is, it really struck me, especially from the comments that Marcus made. How do we forecast what might be at security risk when often we have really no idea where our research is going to lead? And this is really strikes me as we do quite a lot of fundamental research, which we have no real projection of where it's going to end up. And yet we have to think about what the consequences of that may be. And I wondered, either Marcus or Vaughan, but particularly you, Marcus, if you had any ideas how we might do so, given it seems to be something that you've thought about a great deal.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. So I can lead in there. So look, I have a strong opinion here, which is for fundamental or basic science and research, there is no real right to intervene and try to think where this could lead to in terms of national security concerns. I think it is more about having the freedom of creative thought at this point in time in the research and development lifespan, in order to pursue the purity of the outcomes of science, in order to come up with those fundamental new advances. However, I think the conversation changed remarkably when you stop talking about basic research and you start talking about applied research. So with applied research, you're applying it to achieve a certain effect. And so you're beginning with what are the effects or the applications I'm seeking to achieve by continuing this research in order to deliver something. And there is a thesis from the beginning about what the applications are and the implications of those applications. That brings responsibility from ethical innovation, but also responsibility to think about security and other aspects with what you're creating. So I think I'd carefully delineate between basic exploratory research and then applied or application-led research.
I think that's actually a really good place to start. I think one of the questions that comes up, and we see this a lot in the policy making space, is if that differentiation is as well articulated and easily defined in the space, not of traditional, and I mentioned this earlier, not as traditional national security, but in a broader landscape, which then touches on economic security. And so what we've seen in the US system is that there is a big focus not just on the traditional Cold War concerns around national security as defined by sort of weapons development and a few other things in that space, but much more of a concern around competitiveness and economic security bleeding into the national security conversation. So this debate took place in the US 40 years ago. 40 years ago, the Reagan administration actually asked my organization, the National Academy of Sciences, to help put some of this thinking through how do we differentiate where there are, how government should or could regulate different forms of research. A study from the academies that then became codified within the Reagan administration's national security doctrines was that government actually is very good and has the capability to limit research through things called classification. You know, you just say, well, if this is of national security interest, you classify it. It's pretty simple. And if it wasn't classified, it was open, and basic research is all open, and that then allowed universities to prosper and thrive and say, we don't do classified research, we do basic research. 40 years later, that issue, which is called National Security Directive Decision 189, so NSDD 189, which has been the underpinning for so much of the US university system, is actually being questioned. If you look at a broad set of areas, quantum being one of them, AI being others, how do and who does the determination of when you've moved from the basic space into a more applied space? And then the other area is the question of use-inspired basic research. So what happens if you're moving towards use inspiration, so towards a target where the basic research is needed, but the desire is to actually solve a problem with it? At what point do you begin to differentiate amongst those? And I'll say in the US right now, that is almost at the paramount of the science policy debate.
Thank you. I think we have the opportunity now to take questions either from the audience online or on the floor. We have some roving mics and we have a mic up at the back. I think, yes, Frances, we can easily do with your help, or you think we've got it? Yeah, thank you. So are there any questions from the audience? Yes?
Robin Williams, science journalist. Vaughan, you were quite right talking about the elite, but it consists not only of the scientists and the university people, but also the broadcasters, such as the ABC and the NPR. And it's no coincidence, and it was outlined yet again in a newspaper published by the American newspaper owner. It was in the Australian on Friday, where the so-called environment reporter talked about the elite exploiting what used to be called the proles. And this sort of denigration of expertise and of investigation of what is uncertain and therefore can be denigrated as uncertain has been systematic. It's no coincidence. But I find it very interesting that when you look at ways in which you can take a next step, the publication by Emma Johnston of the State of the Environment report just a few weeks ago, and also an analysis of the whole coastline of Australia from Cape York to Antarctica, showed where progress was being made environmentally and in other ways, to do with climate, to do with other things as well. And it was where there was a conjunction between an active community who are interested and a scientific organization. It might be a small one, like a small museum, or it could be a local university. In those places, and this wasn't a poll, this was research published, it's on the record, that there is a way of things coming together and uniting what you describe as a decoupling. The community meets the scientists and they're doing it now, and the evidence is out there. And it seems to me this is a way, perhaps you might agree, on which to act.
That was a great insight. And I think for social science, it's really key how we do our research, how we start our research, and if we involve those who are most affected by what we're researching from the outset, then they're much more likely to use and spread the knowledge, right? But I think it is, it's not always clear to me how that's always possible in, in the physical and hard sciences. But I do think it does have implications for how inclusive science is as an activity, as a social activity, and the importance of those international students and that huge variety of nationalities who come to Australia to be educated. But I also would say that gender equity is a very significant issue for the sciences as well, because you're also excluding a large part of the population if you don't reflect it. And I think that just the responsibility of universities in the world and scientific communities to be actively seeking collaboration with those in the global south and from communities that are most disadvantaged is really key. And I would say in my field, in the social scientists, we're now increasingly judged on how inclusive our team is. We are expected to have people from the non-like-minded countries, right? That's actually an ethical responsibility and a way in which our research process and integrity is increasingly judged. So, and I think it is important for the outcomes, as you mentioned, with regard to environmental conservation.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's not only what you're studying, but who's involved in that studying. Who's there? Who's involved in not just the framing of it, but the engagement around it. This also gets, though, I think when we think a lot about this, I think a lot about the role of people that sit in advisory positions as being science interpreters. And so I served as the chief science, as the science technology advisor to the US Secretary of State. And those are two different worlds. I mean, they are fundamentally different worlds. The science community and the diplomatic community, they fundamentally sit in different places. I found actually one of the most important roles I had was less bringing science into the State Department. I did that. I mean, that was sort of an obvious part of the extension of my job. But oftentimes being somebody who actually was trained as a scientist and lived in the scientific community, and being able to have an ear for what the diplomats and what the foreign policy people were thinking, and translating that into the scientific community. So that when you were kind of going to try to solve a problem, you had somebody who could say, you know what, your research is in this space here. This is what I'm hearing from the deputy secretary or his team, or the undersecretary and her team, that they're concerned about, where I know science can help answer this question. Let me frame it to you as they're thinking about it, so that you can start to look at where your research fits into that, specifically that can then be brought back in. And if you don't do that, you actually live, as I said, in these two worlds where you've got two places that actually don't know how to talk to one another because they fundamentally use different language. And so there's a lot to be done by celebrating a world of interpreters. It's very hard oftentimes in the academic community, particularly in the physical sciences, to recognize the value of that interpreter. In the United States, it took us 50 years, a little bit longer, to develop a very robust science policy interface. And it's still not fully robust, but it's had to go not from the levels of just senior science advisors, but offering opportunities for postdocs to come in and work in agencies that aren't science agencies to be able to have that conversation.
Do we have any? Yes, please go.
So this session is about global challenges, and it strikes me that we've been talking about different types of risk, cybersecurity risk, intellectual property related theft type risks. Jackie raised the sort of domestic, social, community realization of various risks. We've got environmental risk, both from a climate risk and an ecosystem sort of decline risk. And my question is, do we not need to start to think about the intersections across these risks and think about how we manage these risks potentially jointly, because they often do intersect? And how do we take steps towards that more holistic approach to thinking about the risks that our global challenges bring?
Thanks so much. That's fantastic insight and really important, and I think really raises the importance of collaboration across humanities, social sciences, and science technology fields. And I guess we're not largely set up for that. I always say that, our disciplines are a product of 19th century men's thinking. And we don't have 19th century problems. So we're kind of having to sort of undo our institutions and structures to be able to collaborate. And I certainly know that we're trying to do that at Monash University, but it's nonetheless with a mission focused on enhancing geopolitical security and climate change and health, but it's tremendously challenging. And I think that it does take this kind of vision of where we want to be and start with a common purpose and a common sense of urgency, and also an openness, right? That open society that we sort of all want to sustain, I think is super important. And I would say that I think, and that is, if you look at, somebody mentioned the ARC projects, if you look at many of what the research projects that are being funded, you will see increasingly, interdisciplinary projects where people are trying to connect the different risks. But I also think sometimes, like if I think in my own field, it's really important to have that discovery knowledge, to really understand the perspectives of those and how they face particular risks. So looking at problems in isolation before putting them together. But it was actually the insight from a colleague of mine, a laureate, working on climate change in the Pacific, who told me when they ran the survey on that, in fact, the most interesting responses were from women, and they were about domestic violence, but they had no framework in which to understand that. So it did suggest that immediately, he said, we need to collaborate. We were actually working on different parts of the very same challenge.
I think that's sort of absolutely. And I think for a lot of reasons, the pandemic was terrible. I think we also lost an opportunity that was, sort of handed to the scientific community to do this. And I mean the scientific community writ large, the larger social science, humanities. And there was the Sustainable Development Goals. The SDGs, I will tell you, having been involved in them both on the negotiation side and the implementation side, actually we're an opportunity for the scientific community and the policy community to begin to articulate many of these. I mean, they're flawed, they've got all sorts of difficulties, there's 17 of them, there are too many targets, they're undefined, but it was actually something that was handed to say, if we are going to think about what a sustainable world looks like, you actually have to look at all the intersections of all these different pieces. You have to look at the empowerment of women through the lens of water availability and energy. And we actually had the opportunity with the SDGs to begin to formulate new disciplines of science and application to begin, and policy to begin to address them. Maybe, and you know, maybe we can get to a point where, you know, the SDGs were aspirational and they were going to be difficult anyway because they were, again, very broad for those that don't sort of follow this space. But maybe where we are over the next few years is to get a better handle on what really do we want to achieve to become quote unquote sustainable. And then how do we develop the tools, the research, the studies, but also the connective tissue to better understand how these things all interrelate with each other? You know, I used to tell people that sustainability was taken as a white light that went through the prism of the UN system, got broken into 17 colors, and everybody was saying, well, that's my favorite color. But what we really needed to do is to recognize, let's try to see how these colors relate to each other, so when we address them, we actually close that loop back to the white light of sustainability and get there. And I think we have an opportunity going forward, but it's going to be more and more complicated, and in a de-risking world, it's going to be even harder to do that.
Thank you. I think we had another question up the back there from Chris.
Thank you. Chris Hatherley from the Academy of the Social Sciences in Australia, and thank you all for the fascinating presentations today. Last night at the dinner, Kevin Rudd talked very eloquently about some of the challenges and the narrowing of opportunity for international collaboration in areas like quantum, AI, semiconductors, and a few others. But he also specifically mentioned areas where there was perhaps an opening. And in the context of the Australia-China relationship, he talked about an opening of opportunity for social science collaboration, but he also mentioned opportunity in the life sciences and in other areas of the natural and physical sciences outside of those, you know, high-risk military application kind of areas of research. And, you know, having listened to all of the presentations today, I'd be interested in the panel's views on whether, you know, almost in spite of the geopolitics, is there cause for some optimism about the opportunities we have now for international scientific collaboration, research collaboration more generally, to take advantage of all the changes we've had over the last few years with the pandemic and really lean into collaboration to solve some of these big global challenges?
Thanks, Chris. Marcus, given your experience, would you be prepared to take a go at that one first, please?
Yeah, sure. So I think firstly, it's to acknowledge that every new change brings opportunity. So an example here being that through the changing dynamics globally, we are forging new and different relationships with countries in ways that will open up the exchange of ideas, particularly in technologies like the ones you listed, between countries like the UK, United States and Australia, but then also more broadly into the NATO countries in Europe as well. So even in the technologies you listed, new opportunities are being forged through the changing global circumstances. And that will lead to a different dynamic, a different collaborations or enhanced collaborations which weren't able to be achieved in the past. So certainly where there's change, there is always opportunities. Those other forms of engagement through the social sciences and the broader biological and physical sciences, I think are absolutely the conduits of scientific diplomacy, where trust and value can be exchanged between nations in areas where they're not competitive, where rather cooperation can be the lifeblood that then sustains a shift back in how the world is ordered and how competition is happening between nations. So I think I would suggest that there are opportunities where there are change in those technology areas, but those others are particularly critical to retain those diplomatic ties to renew a different world in the future.
Thank you, Marcus. Chris, I'd also like to say that the list can be broadened with a lot of focus on global challenges. For example, understanding what's coming, and of course I would raise the Antarctic, understanding what's coming from the Antarctic is utterly dependent on collaboration among all the partners working there, and with huge opportunity. So the capability, for example, that China, Korea, India, the US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, France bring together is required to reduce the uncertainty of what's coming for us. It's not a question of whether it's coming for us, it's coming for us, it's just the timing and extent. And I think therein lies many opportunities to, I think, perhaps a little rekindle the kinds of soft diplomacy and science collaboration that leads to understanding of cultures and differences that we might not fully appreciate now is so valuable to us. So I'm struck frequently by the fact that it's difficult sometimes to have soft diplomacy when you see that diplomacy itself is deteriorating. And I think that that's a real challenge for us as a scientific community, is to work towards a reinvigoration of the soft diplomacy that might then reinvigorate the diplomacy itself in some sectors. So I think you did right in the sense that there are many opportunities in front of us, and Marcus set them out very eloquently. Sure.
Thanks, Chris. I think that's a really key question. I just want to amplify what Steven said regarding diplomacy. I think perhaps one opportunity we can see is the importance of the Pacific Step Up, and also the increasing focus on Southeast Asia with Australia's alliance and AUKUS. And I think that, actually makes it even more important to step up the collaborations there. But I would also, just say that I think that people-to-people cooperation, including science cooperation, is the fundamental diplomacy. I think it was emphasised before about how did the Cold War end, and the significant role of scientists and dissident communities in creating the conditions for the end of the Cold War. And just to say that building relationships and strong relationships is best done through these kinds of collaborations, including science and other types of collaborations. So I think there's real opportunities in the region specifically.
Thank you, Jackie. It turns out we're out of time, as is usually the case. I'd like to thank Vaughan for travelling all the way to join us, and for your insights. Jackie, thank you very much. Marcus, we really appreciate you being online. We would have loved to have had you here, but of course there are other things to attend to, so thank you very much. The panel has given us a great deal to think about, much to consider in our efforts to negotiate these complexities in the interests of a better world. And I think one where science and society collaborate to address our challenges. Despite the differences we have among nations, essentially collaborating where we can, learning where we must, and differing where we have no choice. Thanks to the audience, both here in the room and online. We're really grateful for your insights and questions. And I think that brings us to an end, and I'll hand back to Frances to close off this afternoon's session. Thank you.
I specifically want to thank the panel, and I'll start with Professor Chown, Dr. Tarikian, Professor True, and I wanted to say this, Colonel Doherty. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're now going to take a short break for afternoon tea before returning for the final reflections and closing comments. So I'll ask you to be back in here at 4 o'clock, and we'll see you then. Thank you very much. So welcome back, everyone. It's been a long but exciting day. We've now come to the end of the 2023 Symposium. Today, we've heard from a range of thought leaders and from defence, foreign affairs, our security agencies, the university and research sectors, and industry. We've examined the complexity and changing nature of the geopolitical landscape and the challenges national security experts, scientists, and researchers alike face in navigating this terrain. I would like to thank all of our speakers and panellists for sharing their expertise with us today and for the frank discussions that took place. I found some of it confrontive and some of it encouraging. There are some principles I think we could all agree on. When risks are managed, we can achieve greater outcomes through international collaboration while maintaining security needs. Responses need to be proportional to risk and grounded in evidence rather than fear. Science is a critical diplomatic asset and a lever to deter conflict. The scientific community can provide a window of communication to other nations that political leaders can use. Australia plays an important role in international science diplomacy and working with key partners such as the US, UK, Europe and China. The Academy will play a key role in regional diplomacy through our hosting of the International Science Council Regional Focal Point for the Asia Pacific. International collaboration is the norm in Australia and central to our scientific research capability and is underpinned by academic freedom. It is in our sovereign interest to remain a part of international scientific collaboration. It gives us access to breakthrough innovations, ensures we don't fall behind or be caught unprepared, and allows us to leverage global expertise and infrastructure to advance Australia's national interests. Scientists have a responsibility to be security aware and do their due diligence, managing research administration burdens, which we anticipate will increase in the coming years. Governments have a responsibility to consider unintended consequences and to measure the impact of security measures on the research ecosystem. Government has a responsibility to consider how compliance and regulatory burden are reflected in research funding. Geopolitical interests are shaping international collaborations, and as Sir Peter Matheson and Diamond Cooney O'Donoghue mentioned, we don't want researchers to need to self-censor. It's not in Australia's national interest. With the assistance of the Academy's policy team, who've been furiously taking notes over the course of the day, I will now ask co-convener Steven Chown to try to summarise what we have learned and what will inform the Academy's next steps. So thank you, Steven.
Thank you, Frances. And before I start, I should just recognise that the Academy team is just extraordinary. They're kind of up there, and they are amazing, so thank you. We heard a lot today. Our keynotes this morning discussed that when presented with global challenges and the big challenges of our time, we can only solve them together. Agile international collaboration between scientists is essential, such as was demonstrated in the COVID-19 pandemic. As scientists, we know that the best solutions come from the sharing of ideas. The balance between collaboration and national security is delicate, but when managed correctly, can lead to strategic and productive partnerships and collaborations. Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs Tim Watts spoke to the constrained environment we are operating in, but that there's still so much we can do to benefit Australia, our region, and the world. He also highlighted international partnerships on space, energy, and critical minerals. Deputy Secretary Nathan Smyth emphasised that foreign espionage and interference present an unprecedented threat to Australia. He spoke on how our best asset to protect our intellectual property and national security is for institutions and researchers who best understand their research to exercise due diligence, to identify and to address risks and what the end use of a technology may end up being in the hands of nefarious actors. In the Q&A discussion, audience members highlighted the resources needed to help the research sector exercise that due diligence and the problematic zero-sum framing of the national security discourse. We got it, they want it, we need to protect it. In Australia's case, we also need to consider the inverse framing. We don't have it, they do have it, and we need it. Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles, in conversation with Chief Defence Scientist Tanya Monroe, discussed the Defence Strategic Review and how state power is now innovation power. He spoke about how Australia needs a science-centric culture, and that the biggest microeconomic reform challenge we have is infusing our economy with science and technology. We moved on to some panel discussions. Our first panel discussed the two-way responsibility for engagement between government and scientists. Scientists and their research organizations are required to understand their responsibilities, and government needs to ensure that guidance for engagement is implementable. They discussed fundamental science to be included in considerations of risk for collaboration, because it is a pool of knowledge from which applications are drawn. The panel discussed AUKUS, the proposed Defence Trade Controls Amendment Bill, and what this means for working with other allies outside the trilateral agreement. There will be benefits from a free exchange with the US and UK. However, there are serious concerns in the research community regarding the impacts that proposed legislative reforms to strengthen export controls, including criminal penalties, will have on research collaborations captured in the defence and strategic goods list with countries and foreign nationals outside this partnership, and the very architecture of our research systems. Defence Chief Scientist Professor Tanya Monroe highlighted work her team is doing, engaging with the sector to establish carve-outs in the regulations. Today's discussions are highly valuable in this context, and the Academy will engage with us to convene those impacted by the legislation and provide science advice to design a workable system of export controls. The second panel explored current approaches to the management of national security risks associated with research collaboration in Australia and overseas in the context of increasing geopolitical tension and the emergence of a multipolar research system. Presenters focused on collaborations with China, considering both potential risks and rewards. This spicy session highlighted the real human impact on researchers and risks to research culture of an overly cautious and disproportionate approach. It challenged the evidence base on which security measures have been designed. As well as exploring the current experiences of managing security risks in Australian universities, lessons from the global experience were highlighted. The importance of a balanced approach to regulation and compliance that protects academic excellence and freedom emerged, as did the importance of engagement and information sharing between government, the national security sector, and the research sector. Our third panel considered whether current constraints on international engagement will impact the ability of science and technology to help solve global challenges. The panel discussion emphasized that collaboration is central to solving these changes, such as climate change and emergent diseases. They are too big and too complex to be solved with a single perspective, and no single nation has this full suite of capabilities to realize emerging technologies that could be part of these solutions. Sharing their experience in international science collaboration, panelists recognized that collaboration comes with risk, but that this must be balanced with the risks posed by global challenges. They reflected on how we can rethink and reshape international and local collaboration in more inclusive ways, as well as opportunities to learn from the way we have worked in the past. For example, the negotiation of the Antarctic Treaty in the lead up to 1959, which is a treaty about demilitarization and prohibition of nuclear proliferation. This is an example of science collaboration despite the deterioration of politics regarding dual-use technologies and goods. So, in summary, the big question we sought to answer today was, have we got the balance right between national security and research openness? I don't think we have an answer. Other than that, we need to get the balance right. And we will need to continue to try to get it right as geopolitics changes and science and technology evolve. We did reach, we think, some points of agreement. Science and scientific collaboration is vital. Australians are terrific collaborators, and long may this continue. From the discussions today, we seem to be on the same page about this. but we need to weigh the benefits against the risks, and we need to consider focusing collaborations with those nations that share our values. The world of science is changing, and this has implications for how scientists assess the risks, both positive and negative, of collaborative activities. This implies a degree of cultural change required, both by government in its habits of engagement with the scientific community, but also by scientists to understand the changed geopolitical environment and the perspective of the national security community. It is essential that government, the national security community, and the research community work side by side to forge an open dialogue on risks and are clear-eyed on the issues this presents for research. It would be helpful to establish a more systematic architecture and taxonomy for Australia's equivalent of FRDCs and UARCs, and understand how they can be further developed to support Australian research endeavour. These are serious discussions that started today around new legislation that is coming around defence export controls to understand the actual target of regulatory action and the implications of this on the architecture and conduct of research in this country and beyond. This will, no doubt, affect research and researchers, and we need to be transparent and aware of the realities of how this will play out and how to encourage compliance and minimize unintended consequences. These discussions and this dialogue will need to continue. We look forward to sharing with you the proceedings in the coming months, and which will inform useful discussions that can progress the sharing of knowledge between scientists and government to ensure we support vital international scientific collaboration while protecting both our scientists and their intellectual property and our nation. In wrapping up these few summary remarks, I would like to say on behalf of both Frances and I that it has been a real pleasure to co-convene this symposium. We've had fabulous support from everyone. I would also like just to draw out the fact that there are usually in these activities invisible people, and the invisible people usually have the largest visible impact on what we do. So just a quick round of thanks to those invisible people from Frances and myself. Thank you very much, and I welcome now Jagadish to the stage.
Thank you, Steven. I too would like to reflect briefly on today's event. We have been deliberate in bringing together the national security and research sectors so that they could hear from each other, engage and move forward constructively and with a deeper understanding of each other's challenges and perspectives. The more we can do to forge a culture of dialogue between these two sectors, the better it is for our country. The balance between scientific collaboration and national security is a delicate balance. As the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs said earlier, it's not an all or nothing situation. There's no one answer. Most issues will fall somewhere in between space, and we should always be looking very closely at what we need to protect and how we can collaborate where we can for our shared interests as well as our own national interests. I am pleased there was an acknowledgement of the need for defense to reach deeper into universities to communicate with researchers at the coalface and who stand to be most impacted by the dynamic threat environment and measures to manage it. Reaching a shared understanding of who we can collaborate with, on what terms, and how much risk we are comfortable accepting is a shared responsibility. A strong dialogue between the national security and research sectors will also help determine the carve-outs that will apply to security measures. An evidence-informed discussion is also important. The Academy looks forward to working with the Department of Defense to convene the research sector and help inform decision-making. I am pleased to hear resounding support for strengthening multilateral scientific engagement, and a desire to find better ways to share science talent and knowledge. Many speakers emphasize the importance of scientific international collaboration, not just to solve global problems, but to bring back global knowledge to solve uniquely Australian problems. I was encouraged to hear Deputy Prime Minister Miles say that Australia needs to change our cultural relationship with science to see it front and center and crucial to responding to issues our country faces, such as the lack of economic diversification in the Australian economy. I could not agree more. Something that was largely unspoken today was the role that industry research and development plays in this context. The most recent BERD figures show that industry is responsible for 53% of Australia's R&D investment. Much of this is not coming from homegrown Aussie startups where we can provide guidance on selecting members of the board. It's from large multinational companies like Rio Tinto, BHP, Atlassian, and Canva, who develop ideas in Australia and take their know-how wherever they need. As I highlighted this morning, the implications of AUKUS and the threat environment have direct impacts on my research group at ANU. I see myself at the forefront of the significant changes that will likely be required to ensure our science system is appropriately responsive to the evolving geopolitical environment. I'm confident the symposium has improved our mutual understanding of the research and national security challenges we face. I am of the view that the Defense State Controls Amendment Bill will benefit from amendments to make it implementable. The Academy will work with decision makers across the government to achieve a nuanced approach that supports our respective and joint objectives, consistent with the principles of evidence-based co-design and proportionality. It is my view that the learned academies need to play a role in helping the government communicate and build an understanding of the requirements and responsibilities that will increasingly be placed upon scientists, importantly, where they will not. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers and panelists, some who have traveled a long way to be here, and some have woken up at the 3 a.m. and then participated in this event. I want to express my deepest gratitude to all of them. Could you please join me thanking all of them for their contributions to this important symposium? Also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our event partners, the ANU, CSIRO, the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Department of Defense, University of Adelaide, Monash University, and ANSTO. This event would not have been possible without your generous support. Thank you very much. Well, my special thanks go to today's conveners, Professor Steven Chown and Professor Frances Separovic. Thank you for your knowledge, time, and dedication in preparing for the symposium, and for assisting us throughout today to facilitate these important conversations, and also making sure that everything has taken place on time so that we had our coffee breaks and lunch breaks where there's a lot of discussions have taken place and deliberations have taken place between both the people from both the sectors that helped us to better understand each other and understand each other's concerns, and so that we can really deal with this special issue. And thank you very much. And please join me to thanking Steven and Frances for doing a great job as conveners. Of course, thank you also to Academy's Chief Executive, Anna Maria Arabia, whose leadership and vision helped shape our symposium. Anna Maria is, I come and speak, and Anna Maria is the one who makes all things happening. So I always tell people we got a very good relationship. She works hard, and I get the credit for it. Thank you very much, Anna Maria, for a great job what you have done, and also the entire team of the Academy's staff, and in particular to our policy and communications teams, and also preparing and delivering this event, and also to Lisa Crocker and our event manager, who works tirelessly, and she has been responding to my messages at 11 p.m. last night and sending me the most updated information which I requested. Thank you, Lisa, and please join me to thank Anna Maria and the entire staff of the Academy and Lisa on that. And finally, thank you all for attending and engaging. I would like to make one final announcement. We're excited to announce the Academy's National Symposium will be moving to Brisbane next year. As part of the World Science Festival Brisbane, on Friday, the 22nd of March, 2024, the symposium is titled Food Futures, Nourishing a Nation. The symposium will explore what science can tell us about what Australians will be eating in 10 years' time, the forces that will impact food systems, and the innovations that will shape our diets. More information will be available soon. Partnership opportunities are also now available. We hope all of you will join us in Brisbane in March 2024. Thank you all again. Safe travels back home. Good afternoon.